Call the roll, please.
Catherine, do you need to do the remote commissioner?
Yes, we do need to do the script for the remote commissioner. Why don't you go ahead and call the roll, and then I'll follow it up with the script.
Okay, sounds great. Commissioner Chung,
Here.
Commissioner Breen, Commissioner Ward,
Here.
Commissioner Flynn. Here.
And through the chair, and I think you're all familiar with this process, there is one commissioner attending by Zoom. I'm also attending by Zoom, obviously, but I don't have to do the script because I'm not a member of the legislative body. And so we need to go through the script with Commissioner Dixon. And I think you did this last week or the last time you met with perhaps a member of the Planning Commission. So bear with me. It is a little formulaic, but just want to make a record for Commissioner Dixon's appearance. So as you know, Commissioner Dixon is participating remotely, and the address is 5900 Lower Hana Palani Road in Lahaina, Hawaii. And I wanted to confirm that in accordance with the Brown Act, we have a quorum of ASCC members who are present in person. And then I'm gonna go through a few questions with you, Commissioner Dixon, just for the record. First, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
And were you able to hear the proceedings on this end up until now?
Yes, I was.
Great. And do you have a copy of the agenda?
I do, yes.
And have you posted a copy of the agenda at the location where you are?
Yes, I have.
Great. And is your location reasonably accessible to the public such that any member of the public could participate in this teleconference from your location if he or she wished to do so?
Yes,
And is there any member of the public with you now?
there is not.
Okay, great. And then I would just now like to ask that any members of the commission who are there in person, please speak up if you were not able to hear Commissioner Dixon. Hearing none, I'll just let the record reflect that all commissioners present have indicated that they were able to hear Commissioner Dixon clearly. And you already done the roll call, so I would just advise you can go ahead and proceed with the meeting.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
I'm looking for the agenda for tonight. Now's the time for oral communications for people of the public, to discuss items not on tonight's agenda, with the ASCC. Is there anyone in the public here in the audience, and online that would like to speak to the ASCC? There's no hands here. And the speaker card, Tim, that's for something that's on tonight's agenda, correct? Is there anyone online, Adrian?
No hands.
Okay, great. Let's move on to the bulk of our meeting, which is discussing the ongoing zoning changes to make our zoning in compliance with the housing element. And Adrian, do you have a brief outline for our evening tonight?
I do. I'm just going to pull that up. All right. So I'll ask the ASCC to bear with me a little bit. A lot of these slides are a recap. A lot of interested people are joining, some of them quite recently. And so I just want to make sure that
Sure.
we establish a baseline of kind of what's gone on for timing. Okay, so meeting format, very simple. I'll give my presentation, then we'll move to ASCC asking questions of staff. And then if we need to segment this, I'll leave it up to the chair to determine how to do that, just to make sure that we observe any conflicts of interest should they arise. Then we'll go to public comment, and then finally we'll do ASCC discussion.
So Adrian, we go back to that slide.
Sure.
One of the things that I was concerned about, with, several of the last, few meetings, is that the ASCC and the Planning Commission have taken a long time to get the public comments, and I'm afraid that we're wearing people out, rather than hearing them. So, I think what I'd like to do is make the ASCC, questions, brief and to the point, and then get the public comments, and try to stay away from, a real discussion, before we get the public comments.
And then will we take public comment again later?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay,
Great. Thank you.
thanks.
So the meeting purpose this evening is for the ASCC to engage in a second workshop style session. The idea being they're going to use this evening to finalize the review of the zoning code and zoning map amendments. And then hopefully we'll maintain the same subcommittee from the last meeting, who will again, Chair War and Vice Chair Flynn, compile the comments to give to staff, and we can get that into the next Planning Commission agenda packet that'll be going out on Friday. So this is the whole team that's been working on the zoning code amendment process. But tonight you just have me and actually our town attorney, Catherine, is helping us out. She doesn't usually attend ASCC meetings, but because we're talking a lot about how our commitments in the housing element intersect with our zoning code, I thought it would be helpful to have her on hand this evening. So just a brief background. Again, many of you have seen this before. January of this year, Town Council adopted our housing element. We submitted it a couple days later to HCD. On January 30th, HCD deemed our housing element in substantial compliance with state law. At that time, they urged us to continue timely and effective implementation of all of our housing element programs. So part of the implementation of our housing element programs is getting our necessary rezonings in place. So on February 5th, we received a letter from HCD's Proactive Housing Accountability Chief telling us that since we hadn't adopted our housing element within 120 days of the original statutory deadline, that was January 31st, 2023, any rezonings required to make our RENA sites available were supposed to be done by January 31st. So obviously we weren't able to do that considering that we had submitted right at the end of January. So if sites are not rezoned, they're not considered available to develop at the densities and affordability levels that we've committed to in the housing element. So it's really critical that this happens in the eyes of HCD. So to that letter, we responded on March 4th outlining our plan, and we had already planned at that time for Planning Commission to meet on March 20th. We didn't get an immediate response from HCD, and we figured that's okay. They probably know that we're doing our best to move things forward. So we had our Planning Commission meeting, and then on March 26th, the town received a letter from HCD saying that they had decertified our housing element pending the required rezones. So the idea here is once the town has adopted the rezones, HCD will consider recertifying the housing element. And our understanding is HCD will not be opening up the whole housing element for review again. Rather, they're just looking for the rezones to be put into place. So because we're no longer in substantial compliance with state law, we are again vulnerable to builder's remedy. We've been here before. We were vulnerable for quite a long time when we hadn't yet adopted our housing element. So the same issues apply as before. Basically, the town could not disapprove certain housing projects or condition their approval that would render the projects infeasible based on conditions. So if an application were to come in, it would be subject to those requirements. So back to what we've sort of the process so far in zoning code amendment review. So March 20th, the Planning Commission first sat down to help hold their original review. They made a number of suggestions to staff and consultants, but at that time they decided they wanted to hear from the ASCC and asked them to meet at their earliest convenience. So ASCC first meets on March 25th and held a first workshop to sort of dig into all the technical development and design standards. This is something that Planning Commission was looking for from them, is to get that advice. At that time, the commission appointed a subcommittee consisting of Chair War and Vice Chair Flynn to compile all that feedback for the Planning Commission. And those two bodies met last Wednesday in a joint meeting to discuss ASCC's feedback. So the Planning Commission received a presentation from Vice Chair Flynn presenting all of the ASCC's recommendations. The two bodies collaborated throughout the evening to further articulate the scope of changes to the draft. And then the commissions agreed it would be beneficial for the ASCC to meet one more time to finalize their technical feedback. So that's what we're doing this evening. So as the ASCC code feedback crystallizes tonight, just a staff reminder of the base standards that we've already committed to in our housing element. So we've got to make sure that any recommendations that come out from ASCC don't conflict with housing element, because the housing element standards will trump. And basically, we just have to keep in mind any kind of changes we're recommending to the draft code when we talk about development standards, design standards, is they can't act to reduce the site capacity in any way. So if HCD looks at the zoning code amendments and tries and sees, it looks like they're trying to reduce the ability of a developer to develop these sites to the potential stated in the housing element, that could arise, suspicions as they're doing review. So we just want to make sure that whatever decisions we make for the code, it supports the full development potential of the sites as we've laid it out in our RENA. So again, we do have an errata list just for typos and other sort of minor errors. And then what we're going to be adding to it is ultimately the recommendations that come from Planning Commission. So they're going to advise staff. Ideally, they'll make a recommendation to adopt the draft zoning code and map amendments subject to certain recommendations. And so we'll compile all of that and make sure that it's reflected by the time it gets in front of council. So next steps, this is the proposed tentative remaining meetings for an adoption schedule. So Planning Commission will be getting together next Wednesday to review ASCC's finalized feedback, I guess we could say, and make a decision on what they want to recommend. And then hopefully we're going to get to council on May 8th and then again on the 22nd. So because it's a legislative action of adopting an ordinance, council does have to meet twice and have 2 readings. So they will meet a minimum of 2 times. So that's it. If anybody has any questions for staff, let me know. Again, Town Attorney Catherine Engberg is here as well to help us out on any of the legal questions this evening.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to commission questions. Rebecca, do you have questions of staff, the process?
I do have one question related to 4370. So is it okay for you to at least hear the question? And
I can hear the question, but let me explain that I do have a conflict of interest with anything to do with the MU zoning district, because I have at least 2 clients that own properties that are planned to be rezoned under those. So I can comment on the MF, and I also have conflicts with the affiliated housing because of design relationships my firm has with at least one of the property owners. So my contributions tonight will be in helping to lead the meeting, discussing the MF and any other kind of structural adjustments to the zoning, but I will not allow myself to enter into discussions with EMU or affiliated housing recommendations.
okay.
Through the chair, could I just add on to that? That's very helpful explanation of the conflict. I would just suggest that the commission structure its discussion of the various different aspects of the zoning code so that Commissioner Chair War can leave the schoolhouse during any discussions of mixed use and affiliated housing. It is technically okay to ask a clarifying question at this point, so long as it truly is clarifying and not doesn't get into the discussion point. So, so I, yeah, defer to you whether you want to ask that question now, or whether you want to have the public comment and then perhaps, take up the mixed use topic so that the chair can leave and then, come back once it's time to talk about the multifamily, for example.
I think I'd rather ask the question now so that we get clarification both from legal and from planning. So that in the future, when there's discussion, everybody's on the same page. So my question is particularly relevant to 4370, which is the country offices lot at the corner of Nathorst and Alpine. And I just want to understand legally what that property is allowed to do, particularly in terms of subdivision versus not subdivision, homeowners versus association versus condos versus splitting the lot in half versus subdividing 4 or 5, whatever. I just would like to know what are the options, both from the housing element standpoint and from legally what they're allowed to do.
Henry, I suggest you take a first crack at that and let me know if you want me to add to it.
Sure, thank you. So in the housing element, what we've committed to for that site generally is that we want to make sure that any of the current uses allowed under the existing zoning, which is administrative professional, we continue to honor those. That was according to discussions with the property owner, they wanted to make sure that they could continue on with the business on the front half of their lot. And the code also stipulates certain development standards. So we have 30-foot requirement front setback off of Nathorst. It has to be single story off of Nathorst, 25-foot side setback and rear. So that is stipulated in the housing element. So we are committed to those setbacks already. The housing element also allows that we can have residential in mixed use. So those are the general standards that we've laid out in the housing element. And then we're looking to further clarify the development standards in the zoning code. One thing the housing element doesn't contemplate is minimum lot size. So that's something we're trying to establish for that site that we deem is appropriate. Currently AP is minimum, and again, that's existing zoning. That's a minimum 1 acre lot. And so we just wanted to, staff and consultants thought, well, let's mimic that in the draft code and propose 1 acre. So that's what we have currently in the draft.
So that means any subdivision would require, if subdivision is allowed, would require 1 acre,
Right.
which
Right.
is difficult because it's 0.88 because of the way the creek goes through the site.
Yeah, it depends on how you'd subdivide the site. The site, I believe, is 2.48 acres, I think. So you could make sure you have a minimum of 1 acre, but again, wherever that creek sits, it's kind of complicated.
My understanding with the layout of the current existing commercial buildings, they require a certain setback from the creek, and then it I guess require a certain setback from potential buildings. So it seems to me that 0.88 was the amount that was coming up. I could be incorrect about that.
Okay, I'm not completely positive about it, so I wouldn't want to opine on it.
But
You
you're saying that the 1 acre is not yet, that's just a proposed zoning amendment. It's not in the housing element. There's nothing in the code that requires 1 acre.
No, it was just sort of being thoughtful about what might a mixed use site need, as a minimum acreage to be built out to its full development potential. And what might HCD think is a reasonable acreage that would facilitate a mixed use project. So that's something to think about as well. So yeah, regular subdivision would apply again. If we say minimum 1 acre, it would need to be minimum 1 acre. We also have our densities laid out, which is minimum 3 to 6 dwelling units per acre. So any project would have to commit to at least 3 units per acre, assuming that's our minimum. If we ended up reducing the minimum lot size, then you would end up doing a fraction, right? You would apply that to the dwelling units per density, dwelling units rather per acre.
But what I'm hearing is that the property could subdivide in half, potentially if we modified that 1 acre to 0.88. but it could not, once it's subdivided, both of those new lots would still be an MU.
Mhm.
And the back lot then could not divide up any further.
Correct. Because then you'd be changing, you wouldn't be able to meet the minimum lot size requirement.
Which we haven't finalized.
Correct. So if you're proposing to do something entirely different, you would have to presumably apply for a rezone to a zone that would accommodate a smaller lot size should you wish to subdivide. But, that's an unlikely, that's, council would have to approve a rezone and we would have to amend potentially we would have to amend our general plan map.
But
because-
aren't we getting ahead of ourselves? Because if we end up going through and saying MU 6, we don't state a minimum lot size, for example.
Right.
Then we wouldn't have to go through all those rezonings, as long as we still had the 3 to 6 dwellings per acre. That would satisfy HE, the housing element.
Right. The only thing I would caution against is going too small in your lot sizes because then you put your HCD lens on and they're going to look at it and say, what are they trying to do here? We've committed to mixed use and we're looking for some kind of density. Or HCD will be looking for that. So that's just something to keep in mind.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Catherine, did I get that? Is there anything you want to add to that?
No, that's great. I don't have anything to add.
Thank you.
Rebecca, any other questions?
No, I think that's good.
Gina?
No, I don't think I have any questions. I'll participate in the comments portion.
Okay, Kenny?
I just was wondering, with the HCD's expectation for a rezone, that rezone would constitute, obviously, the new zoning assignments. And there's an expectation that there's a detailed description of what those. The question is whether there's an expectation of a detailed description of what those new zones are, or are we effectively selecting from standard types of zones that they're expecting? Like, what's the level of description that you think HCD is expecting for each zone?
Well, the code has to provide for a ministerial process for these sites. So necessarily, we have to lay out your base development standards. Basically, a developer should be able to open our zoning code and understand the base requirements for it. If I want to develop on a given site at a given zoning designation, what do I have to do to satisfy that? So we are required to lay out those base standards. And then on top of that, we've put together objective design standards. And that's because we have to participate in this ministerial pathway to development. The one way you can maintain local control is by determining what your objective design standards are. And so that the commission has been spending a lot of time on trying to get that right and figure out what do we want projects to look like? To what degree do we want to stipulate certain design elements from the get-go? So I don't know if I'm answering your question. In terms of what zones we decided upon for rezoning, that was way back, I would say years back into the housing element update process. We were trying to think through how do we sort of unlock housing sites? What would be an appropriate zoning designation for them? So for example, when we talk about 4370 and 4394, those are existing commercial properties. They're on a main thoroughfare for our town, which is Alpine. In the case of 4370, there's existing commercial uses already underway. So what type of zoning would make sense where we could allow for residential units, but allow the existing commercial operation to continue? So that's how we came upon mixed use.
Okay. I think that answers my question, and my question gets to the depth of the objectives design standards, or the reason for my question, because we have these examples of very in-depth, particularly for multi-use. Design standards, what is your viewpoint on providing this kind of amount of objective design standard?
Yeah. I would say my perspective as staff and consultants, as we thought through this process and tried to put together the draft code, we thought, you know, this is going to be a tough process for Portola Valley, which is used to discretionary review. And the state has sort of clawed back our ability to do discretionary review. So the way to maintain control is to think through what kind of product you want in your town and to lay it out objectively in design standards, right? And a lot of those standards have come from best practices that our consultant has written a lot of different codes. So just general principles that are understood to make for good design. So for example, our thinking was, well, we don't want just any kind of building and we don't want anything, just a box that's boring. And so if you look at the design standards, for example, for multifamily, we stipulate that we want a window every 12 feet, that we want some sort of porch definition, like some sort of entryway definition. And that way you don't just get a flat wall with, quite frankly, no windows. You know, we actually say you have to have a window every 12 feet. And that's just to ask for some sort of base level of design so that we, you know, get structures that are somewhat attractive and can blend into the community. And same with roof types, that sort of stuff. Our consultants looked around at the different types of homes in town and we thought, well, this sort of package of design elements should help blend into the community. That's the idea. So from a philosophical perspective, you know, I think staff are of the view, let's take that control where we can get it and tell developers, this is what we want. If you're going to do a project in this town, this is what we want it to look like. At a base level, these are our standards.
Okay, and so would it be right to understand that as long as any individual standard can be seen as reasonable and objective, any amount of objective design standards are okay?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and we certainly are not aiming to be prohibitive in any kind of way. We want to facilitate different types of housing, whether that's a small modest cottage court or a duplex or a triplex. You know, the idea is to allow for a diversity of housing types, but to still have those standards so that we know we're going to get a good quality at a base level. But none of these, you know, I did spend a little time with our consultant on Friday afternoon, and I said this is Monica from Lisa Wise Consulting, say a cottage court application came in, and this would be a great type of project for this town. It'd be nice to see something like that. Let's go through the design standards, objective standards that we've drafted for multifamily. And I'm like, okay, so we talk about the windows, we talk about the doorway, front entry articulation. And we felt like there shouldn't be anything overly prohibitive here. Of course, ASCC and Planning Commission are experts. So if they see something that doesn't look quite right or does appear prohibitive, then we need to address that. But the overall idea is to maintain control, dictate at some base level, the type of product we're going to get in town, but still facilitate the different housing types that we've committed to in the housing element.
Thank you.
Dana?
I spent a lot of time this week looking over design standards of all different kinds of building, affordable housing. And for me now, there's so many moving parts, which is sort of distressing not being an architect because I can't figure out what's ahead. I mean, we talked a lot about height the last time, but basements, you know, things like that. I mean, and will that change the grading code? But so my question really is to you. I feel like we only have tonight. you know, I think we sort of need a strategy about what we're gonna try to pull ahead with tonight. I mean, I have questions about grading, basements, lighting, but I don't think that's where we want to go.
So for me, you know, and it was essentially my comment to the planning commission, you know, last week, was that we need to focus the efforts in the places that are going to yield, you know, to the town, those things that will produce from a product design standpoint, our highest and best return. I don't think we should, you know, get into the weeds. We need to stay, you know, at the big picture, you know, so that we can meet the base standards, without putting the housing element at risk, but still, you know, create, you know, a product design that we're gonna end up having to live with.
We want to give the planning commission and council a tool
Yeah.
moving forward after tonight.
Yeah.
And so we have to
We-
really pull together tonight to
Yeah.
give them what's going to be helpful to them.
I-
So that's why I don't want to ask a whole lot of random questions
Okay.
about stuff.
Great, thank you. Okay. I have one basic question, Catherine. And it has to do with the fair housing rules, which I don't find, you know, any reference to, and I'm not, you know, I don't understand them. So far, the housing element has only talked about, you know, density in terms of units. And it doesn't deal with the size of units. It doesn't deal with the variety of sizes of units. It doesn't, I don't see a guide, you know, to how we can, from the town standpoint, guess, you know, at how big some of these units can be. You know, and one of the places of concern is when we're rezoning 17 acres, you know, of Stanford's property, you know, and the coverage limit, you know, is based on the parcel size. And the number ends up being huge. You know, and while the unit number is quite low, part of where you know, one of the things that I'm thinking about as, you know, a place that the town needs to establish is what the average unit size expectation is. And or describe a floor area ratio that will yield that product design without dictating the unit size. So my question is, more precisely, is there a base unit size assumed in the housing element?
Adrian, do you have an answer to this one? I'm not familiar with a base unit size in the housing element. It's not really their focus, the housing elements, the housing law's focus is more on number of units and affordability levels. And there's a sort of inherent assumption that units built at higher density are going to be more affordable, presumably because they're going to be smaller. Than units built, for example, in single family, which are generally going to be larger and therefore in the above moderate category. But Adrian probably has more familiarity with some of the details of the housing element, so please feel free to chime in.
Okay, so Adrian, I'll switch to you then.
Sure. So we do have section 3 in the housing element. It's called affirmatively furthering fair housing. And I concur, we don't, you know, HCD doesn't really give us that guidance on, it's generally accepted that if a unit is 650 square feet, it will be more affordable. We don't get that kind of guidance from them. But basically, I'm just going to read out a little section. This is what the state tells us about affirmatively furthering fair housing. is that it means to take meaningful action in addition to combating discrimination that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity based on protected characteristics. So the big thing is that the town take meaningful actions, in quotes, to address segregation and related barriers to fair housing choice. Obviously, we are not a segregated community. We don't have that kind of issue like a lot of other communities have, but it is still incumbent upon us to open up different types of housing choices to different income levels. And so that would be different types of housing that aren't large single-family homes. Could be just sort of smaller, more compact units, could be multifamily housing. So really HCD is looking to us to increase the diversity of types,
Okay, so there isn't an answer.
not to my knowledge.
Can I follow up on a question, related question? So in the housing element, there's a number of analyses done by Lisa Weiss Consulting for potential apartment complexes or multifamily housing complexes for the Ford open space, for the 4370, for I believe 4394 as well. So what was the average size units that was used for those, mock-ups, if you will?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information. We just knew that it accommodated a certain number of units. But yeah, what was the assumed square footage? I'm sorry if Monica was with us, she'd probably be able to share that.
I'm under the
information.
impression that it was around 800 average size. That's kind of the number that stuck in my head when it was being discussed months ago. but
Right.
I don't know.
Okay. So now I'd like to open this to public comment. I've got a comment card. I want people to raise their hands on Zoom related to the past discussions. I want to, keep this to the discussion tonight, which is about, the rezoning efforts. So
And we have planning commission members who are here to participate too. I mean, if you guys want to.
Okay. So I'll start with Tim Clark. Tim? So introduce yourself, and how you're related to this effort. Press the button.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is there a time limit?
Normally 3 minutes.
Normally 3 minutes, but,
Understood, since we are written into the housing element, maybe you'd be, if I go along, I hope you'll be a little patient.
for sure.
Thank you. I'm with Ladera Community Church. I'm on what we call the Affordable Housing Task Force. I've been working for 5 years to look at housing on the adjacent half acre to where our sanctuary is. It's a separate parcel from the sanctuary, and it's in Portola Valley, unlike the main part of the church, which is in San Mateo County. I wanted to say first, having been at the meeting when the last meeting with the Planning Commission, that we appreciate your efforts to push for simplification, because the multifamily housing regulations as written are quite daunting for a small project like ours. They look as though they were written for a large apartment complex, and we're talking about 6 units on a half an acre. And it's a bit of, it's more than is necessary to govern our site. So at the same time, we're not asking for you to change the zoning. We understand the situation you have around the housing element and the need to make HCD happy and not do changes between the two documents. We are likely at some later time to come back and ask for more appropriate zoning, because I'm not sure we can do it under the zoning. We're being zoned for a minimum of 10 units. And that's not ever what we'd mentioned. The discussions we did have with staff, and this was years ago, was we wanted 10 or fewer units, not a minimum of 10. So Um, That's kind of our situation. As I said, we're happy to have, happy to have the flexibility that you're talking about. Our concept is it will fit with the rural nature of Portola Valley. We have 3 large oak trees on that half acre that we're planning to save by demand of the congregation. That takes the half acre down by about a third. So you can see what the developable age, what the developable land is left when you do that reduction. We're currently looking at working with Habitat for Humanity because they're one of the few partners that we could find who deals with small sites with this is considered a very small site for people who do affordable housing. Their usual minimum is 40 units. And we've talked to a half a dozen of the larger organizations. Our concept at the moment and what Habitat, we learned about 6 weeks ago, Habitat for Small Project is now using prefab units. And and we're happy with that. And as I understand from the question when I raised this at the Planning Commission meeting, those are okay under the code or at least under state law. So that's a relief. We're happy about that. We're also looking at detached units of somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 square feet because we want to have family units that we think that families would be benefit our congregation the most to have families nearby as opposed to other kinds of housing there. That's pretty much all I have to say. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know that may not be allowed in this format at this time, but if there are questions, I am happy to respond.
Thank you, Tim. I saw a hand here. Ellen?
Ellen Bernazza on Nathorst. Just a quick question, Adrian. Well, I know you can't answer me now, probably, but did you say that at 4370, it can, MU cannot be subdivided? Or did I misunderstand that?
Yeah, go ahead. The caveat is that part of, what, go ahead.
Okay. So subdivision, generally speaking, can be undertaken, but you would have to meet the minimum lot size. So we haven't firmed up that minimum lot size yet for MU. The draft has proposed 1 acre, which is consistent with what current zoning AP requires.
1 acre, what, per building or per what?
So minimum lot size to do anything would be 1 acre. And then our density is 3 to 6 units per acre. So if an applicant came in, they would need to at least be proposing 3 units, but ideally 6 to get.
Okay, it's kind of like apples and oranges between the one up by Roberts, which is a nice rectangle that they can build on, and this 4370, which is, like you said, the only buildable part is 0.88 acres. So since there's not even an acre to build on, does the 3 to 5 still stand, or how does that work?
Well, so long as we change the minimum acreage required. So we couldn't, if we could only get 0.88 and we just know this to be true, then it doesn't make much sense to impose a minimum 1 acre in the zoning code. We would need to propose, I guess, 0.88 or greater. If we were,
That lot, just for that lot or in general MU?
it would be in general MU.
Okay,
It would be a little strange, but it would have come from the fact that 4370 is somehow constrained and we had to make that accommodation. So then what you would do is you'd have, okay, so our minimum lot size is 0.88 acres and you'd multiply that by your 3 to 6. And so you would get a partial unit and then you would have to round up.
you round up.
Or round down.
So it'd still go to
Typically,
three.
5.23.
yeah. So Catherine, I believe you round up, do you not? If you get a partial, so what is it? 5.3?
23, yeah.
5.23 would be the units for 0.888 acres. So
And what would the minimum be then? 'Cause it's, I mean, okay, so on that, okay, there. All right, I think I got it.
yeah, you'd say
Yeah.
the minimum is 3, so you'd do 3 times 0.88. And then
Okay, So you could possibly only put two houses back there.
Mm-mm. It's 2.64.
2.64.
For sure, that
You
one
have-
rounds
you have
up.
to-
2.64.
But
So-
you can't do a 0.64.
So it rounds up. That
It-
for sure rounds up. It's unclear whether under 0.5 rounds up or not. That,
Thank you. I appreciate that. We just have some, things keep changing and we have no idea what we're even thinking about anymore, but that helps a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Anyone else? Come on up.
We had that. We had a hand online after that.
Okay. I'll take Bill. Go ahead, Bill. I'll take you. Your hair looks more like mine.
Bill Russell, 200 North Avenue. The draft zoning ordinances with respect to 4370 contain specific development standards and limits, including a minimum development site of 1 acre. The 1 acre limitation is entirely consistent with every other parcel in the Nathorst Applewood neighborhood. At this juncture, I would ask that the draft zoning amendments be enacted as drafted. Now, at one time, the owner of 4370 reached an agreement to develop the back 0.88 acres with 5 housing units under the guise of an HOA. So it would have been similar to a condominium townhome project. He then decided to not develop that project and then presented for consideration a very draft-oriented project which consisted of a subdivision with 3 lots carved out of the 0.88 acres with 1 home plus 1 ADU on each of those 3 lots. Those or that plan did not comply with the requirements of the housing element with respect to setback limitations and with respect to having 1-story only structures fronting Nathorst. Having said all of that, if we had the zoning amendments put in place and the owner of 4370 came forward and said, I want a subdivision, I want 2 lots, I want to build 2 single-family residences, plus an ADU on each of those 2 lots, and we were actually going to go forward with that plan, then I would support that. I can't speak for the rest of my neighbors, but that's what I would support. What I can't support is the notion that we're now going to divide the lot into 2 separate lots, 0.44 acres each, so that something might happen like that in the future, because then there's absolutely no control over what happens. I'd much rather have the 1 acre minimum, and then down the road, if an appropriate 2-lot subdivision is proposed, which meets all of the standards, building standards and limitations set forth in the housing element, then I would probably support that.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else?
You have a hand up on, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Nicholas.
As Nicholas Targ, 80 Hayfields Road, Vice Chair of the Planning Commission, and here in my individual. And I want to thank you guys for your excellent work in getting this as far as we are for seeing the product at the evening. There are a couple of thoughts that I have just as general form. One is a invite consideration of how variances might play into the question that we're dealing with right now, given the unique circumstances. I don't have a view, but 2, when considering what unit sizes might be and what setbacks would be appropriate and what verticality may be appropriate if you could think of that in terms of the basis for making the determination. My view personally is that there's a lot of flex, and what you need is a basis. And to the extent that you have a basis that can be articulated, that will only serve us well. And you may well be in a much better position than the planning commission is to think about such things. The third and last item that I have is we have our design guidelines. And we also have our lighting guidelines. And I'd ask for your consideration as to how best those can be preserved, or elements of those can be preserved and incorporated into the zoning code while still maintaining an objective standard aspect to them. And if this is beyond the scope of what can be done this evening, if you could give some consideration to that, perhaps as a ad hoc group for planning commission's consideration, I say, as a member of the public. Thank you.
By what date?
Anybody else here in the room? I'll go to the hands online right now.
Okay, so
You'll be
we
next.
we have two. We'll start with Jim White.
Go ahead, Jim.
Hey, guys. As you know, we're doing Willow Commons on Alpine and own the undeveloped lot at 4394. We've been in active discussions with others around the town, the community offices with Rich Thiesing, Ladera, and others. I think that we have a bit of an issue here where there were consequences to us not submitting in January of 23 our housing element, and people focus on the builder's remedy. But in fact, one of the biggest consequences to deciding to wait and not submit was the fact that our density on our multifamily went up. So multifamily minimum had to go to our maximum. That's why you have a multifamily 20 to 23 unit density. And my issue is you're trying to do one set of development standards now that meets this actually increased density standard of 20 to 23, which I think is why the joint ASCC and Planning Commission spent so much time last week, 3 or 4 hours, talking about those design issues of 3-story and all the complexity. But the few properties that are actually going to do development here are very tiny properties, 0.3 acres, 0.88 acres, 1 acre. And these all have motivations to do relatively light density. And so my issue here is the development standards are focused on something that isn't being contemplated to be built. The complexity and costs that are being put into this are not applicable to very low cost, high variety of housing types. And I think we either have to have an multifamily 2023 zoning, and you have to create a new zoning for low density that all of us are trying to, as Tim just articulated, we cannot build low cost housing with what you're proposing here. And I don't think you can just use any objective standards. I think you are creating, you're prohibiting and impeding, I think, a diversity and cost of housing and not taking into account trade-offs. So I will stop, but I think the complexity that's in this document, and from simple things that you have to have a raised front porch, which for people with disabilities, then you have to do ramps, possibly elevators. There's a whole set of things that I think are not being taken into consideration here. And I'd love to see the studies that have been done by our consultants and staff, because they haven't been shared with me on how this will technically work and why it's cost effective and good for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Hi, I'm Tammy Cole and I live at 145 Northwest. I am speaking tonight just to tell you my feeling for 1 acre minimum at least. To keep it close to our town's rural atmosphere. And like you said, blend in. We, the neighbors of Northwest and Applewood, have been working for over a year and a half to express our deepest and sincere concerns for the development of 4370 Alpine Road. First and foremost, this particular subject property, as I understand, being 0.88 acres, definitely under an acre. We feel, speaking for myself, my husband, and my 4 girls that have lived and owned on the property directly behind this property for over 17 years. My family, as well as other neighbors in the direct neighborhood, have been very affected by, as Jim White just said, the Willow Commons project going up. The construction right now, as you can see, the heights, and it's not a mystery anymore how big those properties can be and how they can be oversized and see from every direction. We just do not want to see 4370 such as, overbuilt in such a small space located at an entrance of a rural and small neighborhood by allowing anything more than possibly one residential home like the rest of us. If indeed you do decide that it's an acre minimum, or 2 if it is not. And even that, I want to stress that the setbacks of the 30 feet, 20 and from the front, 20 feet from the sides, and the back. Preferably single story and something that meets the same standards and rules of other nearby homes in Portola Valley. I do want to stress that 4370, that subject property that you're referring to, is not this back lot by the tennis court. That's been a very rural atmosphere, community field, quiet. It is located on a quiet street at the very beginning of a residential privately owned homes on a dead end cul-de-sac at the end. So we are really hoping to keep it rural and to blend into the community, not get out of control. Anyways, and I also just want to mention that the creek that you mentioned, that, we do have videos and what have you. It is a very active and flowing creek located between and next to all of these surroundings home. We would appreciate if you would keep these restrictions on 4370 conducive to the already residential homes that have been in this neighborhood for many years. Thank you.
On the line?
Next, we have Dale Pfau. Go ahead, Dale.
Thank you. Thank you to this august group for taking up this very challenging issue. I will have a couple of points here. One, I want to call your attention to the item that was posted earlier today, which is an update to the evacuation study showing that the housing that's going to go into Portola Valley will make a very dangerous situation concerning evacuation far worse. And we're suggesting that we proceed at pace to continue with the mitigation efforts to improve evacuation in Portola Valley. My comment is, with all this development, I believe that the new developers who are going to reap financial benefits from this should contribute substantially to the mitigation efforts to increase our evacuation times or decrease our evacuation times in Portola Valley. That includes widening Alpine Road, creating crews to take care of fallen power lines, maybe even undergrounding. So I do not think that burden should fall on the current residents. Number 2, a comment was made during your last meeting that because of the issues we have with insurance in Portola Valley, I think it'd be a great idea if this commission, and I don't know whether it's in your purview or not, should require that people can demonstrate they have fire insurance on these projects before they begin development there. I know several people who've just recently lost their insurance, and it's not a very pleasant scenario. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dale. Anyone else online?
That's it. Oh, pardon me. Another one. 2 more. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi, good evening. I at the joint ASCC Planning Commission meeting, actually I had raised the issue of proof of insurability being incorporated into the objective design standards for Portola Valley in general. And, you know, that may be a non-traditional criteria for objective design standards. But I think any innovative approach that contends with the public safety and wildfire consequences of our RENA quota having been quadrupled, not just in our community, but this should apply, I think, it should be considered to be applied to all wildland urban interface communities throughout the state. Given the advancing climate change and the deterioration of the homeowners insurance market, which is not just a California problem, it's a nationwide problem. In fact, it's a global problem. So that would give Portola Valley some measure of local control, which I think Adrian spoke to earlier in tonight's session. If you're proposing, and the comment was made, is the only way you can deliver affordable housing is high density. Well, that's all at odds with the kinds of problems that we're dealing with respect to public safety, wildfire incidents. Just to make a summary of our housing element, if you reduce it down to, you know, a few bullet points, 63% of our RENA site selection is in areas that are classified as high fire danger. 2/3 of our RENA site selection is on, I think, 7 sites on Alpine Road. We've given no consideration to structural separation with heretofore in terms of site selection. And I think as Dale alluded to, I attended the Emergency Preparedness Committee last week, and it was reported that the evacuation simulations have been amended to include the location of our site selection. And the statistic that was reported was that if Alpine Road is closed, the evacuation time of Portola Valley is going to be 5 hours. So I'm sort of returning to and pitching the idea to the ASCC and the Planning Commission and even the Town Council. Why don't we consider proof of insurability? It's just like you're applying for a mortgage, right? You've got to meet certain criteria, otherwise the bank won't give you a mortgage. Well, this is a similar concept applied to wildfire safety and insurability. And the last comment I can make on this is there is currently a public hearing in Sacramento that is addressing the whole issue of California homeowners insurance market. And I would commend to any of you interested that you either read the summary of the first session, at which the former insurance commissioner for California spoke about the deteriorating insurance crisis, and the former deputy insurance commissioner of California, who represents today insurance companies, also spoke about the same issue. It's a huge dilemma. That's well worth reading, and I'm happy to provide a summary. It's available online, but I think what it accentuates is why we should be really thinking very hard about our zoning and you know, the WUI related consequences we're dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Anybody else, Adrian?
Yeah, we have 2 more hands.
Okay.
Go ahead, Christy.
Yes, I sent in a letter at 12:59 to many people in town asking that my public comment be listed, and I'm surprised to see it not listed and that I'm forced to say it out loud. So I'm wondering, when we send something to planning@portolavalley.net and also the front desk mailing I also sent it to, it still did not get published. So I find this disturbing. So I'm going to read it. Thanks for your hard work on Objective Standards Subcommittee for ASCC. We appreciate your presentation on 4.3. I am not seeing the presentation on 4.3 added to this agenda. Can you send me the 4.3 ASCC presentation, and can your presentation be added to the 4.8 ASCC agenda so the public has access to the presentation that Rebecca gave in the Planning Commission? Are there plans to put in inclusionary requirements? There's no mention of inclusionary zoning, and where would that be codified? Does the town intend to require shared green space in the new kinds of development? Is green space anticipated in the zoning? What is the traffic impacts under the proposed projects for new zoning? What is the development impact on traffic? What is the requirement of the Woodside Fire Protection District in evaluating the traffic impacts to our main roads? Is the main road widening necessary in sections for pocket turn lanes? How will the building objective standard concessions, variances, and exemptions be reported to the public? Portola Valley has a population of 4,456 in 2020. We have 2 streets going in and out of our town, and we have, what can we learn from the other towns such as Paradise, where 85 perished, and Lahaina, where 101 perished, regarding zoning for public safety? How to announce to architects who live in town to participate in the meetings such as this one tonight. And I encourage you to contact Susan Hartman from Paradise, who once came to this town to give her advice on building standards and objective standards. Their max height is 35 feet because their fire truck cannot reach any higher than that. They also partner with the Institute for Business and Home Safety, which helped them with their safety standards. So I think Susan Hartman has a lot of information in a similar area as Portola Valley, and this woman should be brought in again to, or at least this body, somebody should call her and get all of her recommendations for the list that Rebecca gave at the last meeting. And the entire list, she's able to rattle off by memory and very knowledgeable. And I would like this body to talk to her before objective standards are made. Susan Hartman, Paradise in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Go ahead, Adrian.
Go ahead, David.
Hi, Dave Cardinal, Golden Oak. I have 2 tiny comments and a more important comment. First of all, on insurability, no developer is going to build a property here that they can't get fire insurance on. So I'm totally happy to make that a requirement, but I think it's irrelevant. I mean, they can't get a construction loan if they can't get insurance. Second, on evacuation time, as somebody who's built models, looked at models, worked with fair and pairs, looked at LADRIS, the number, there's no single number. A lot of the single number relates to the last time anybody decides to finally pack up their horse trailer and lumber out of town from Skyline. So I'd be much more inclined to have a more detailed discussion about what it really means to evacuate the town anytime. I'm happy to help with that. More importantly, I think if we want to build affordable housing, which I do, and I think some people do, and the state, I guess, wants us to do, we need to listen to Jim and Tim for starters, and to some extent to Stanford, who's not even being rezoned. If they can't figure out how to make zoning work for affordable housing, this is all moot. I mean, we can decide we want to put roadblocks in the way and make everything in Portola Valley be the same as it was in 1964, which is beautiful, but I think we need affordable housing. And so I'd like to see the people who don't want any change to kind of own up to, do they want affordable housing, and what would their plan be? Or do they just not care where the workers live or how far people have to commute? Thank you.
Thank you, David. Anybody else?
One more.
Okay.
Go ahead, Rita.
Hi, Rita Comas Whitney. Thank you for taking my comment. For affordable housing, we also need to put people that are in affordable housing in safe spaces, not just for insurance reasons, but for their safety of their very life, their possessions, their animals, and their neighbors. I understand that with some of the new guidelines, there's no CEQA oversight on this housing. And so I really appreciate the Planning Commission and the ASCC really looking at these documents and thinking about it. And for ASCC, please, when it comes to materials, when it comes to lighting, spillover, and just the shrubbery around so that our town stays beautiful. There are ways to do it. And I know, with the skills that are on that dais right now, we can work together to make that happen. But please, no matter if it's a single family house, a multifamily house, we really have to work hard to keep it safe for the individuals. And that's beyond worrying about the insurance and evacuation. Safe for each and every one of us, not just for the new people that we are welcoming into our community, but for our other neighbors too. But thank you for what you're doing, really looking at this. I'm sorry it got pulled back from HCD, but it's given us a different opportunity to really look at these documents. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else?
I have a clarification question for Tim.
Sure.
Tim, I think I recall at the last meeting that tonight you said that you're considering prefab units from Habitat. Didn't you also say that they have wood siding? And is that a problem with the fire department?
Yes, please.
No, I did not say they would have wood siding. I asked whether they could have wood siding because if you look at, as I look at the multifamily thing, wood siding is not allowed.
Right.
I think Adrian made the clarification that you can use wood for the structure, inside the structure.
But not siding. All right, good.
That's what your rule says, yeah.
Yeah, I know. I was just worried about that proceeding.
Tim, I have another question. So you had mentioned again, these prefab units. Have you seen some ideas from Habitat for Humanity or they're just mentioning them?
No, do they have existing, am I on? I don't know. They have existing such units in Bolinas where they put up somewhat recently.
And because I did spend quite a bit of time online the past week looking at modular housing and prefab units and some are quite nice and a lot are not. So it was interesting to look at how just small modifications, some of them that are included in our zoning amendments would actually make a dramatic difference. And one of the things was just the door entries, just by adding a nice little porch, all of a sudden took a really ugly trailer and turned it into what would be a nice little house. So I don't know if those kinds of things are part of what Habitat for Humanity is looking at, or if they have more of a standard box kind of.
They don't have I don't think they have a standard. They've only done this for one location and maybe 2 buildings. So it's not a big rollout project. So there's a lot of room to make fixes. There's no intent. The church would not accept trailers, some of the forms of modular housing that you mentioned. So you should not be concerned about that. It's possible to raise that as a question and throw doubts on what we're trying to do, but that's not what we're trying to do.
Okay, that's good to know. And is there a way to get a link to pictures of what they look like? Is it something that could be sent to Adrian at some point or?
I'm sure we could. We haven't asked for that from Habitat yet, but they showed us the pictures, so it's not,
Oh,
it wouldn't
great.
be a problem.
Okay.
I don't know what that would help you, that would help you write the zoning
Yeah,
code.
Well, I think it would help us in a sense. I mean, not tonight, obviously, but in a sense to get an idea of what is possible.
Right, that's why I've been coming to describe what we have in mind. And we're happy to provide that if we can get it from Habitat.
Okay, great.
Other questions?
Any other questions for Tim?
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, for your participation. Okay. If you guys would like, to deal with everything else besides, the multifamilies on the district, I'll leave the room. Or, if you want to deal with the multifamily first, then I'll leave the room for the, for the other parts.
I'd prefer to start with multifamily.
Okay. So we'll do that. We want to pull up our recommendations to the planning commission, and any adjustments that, that were the result, of the planning commission discussion with the ASCC. I wasn't able to participate in that meeting and had to leave early.
So do you want me to pull up my PowerPoint, or do you want me to pull up the table that you put together, or what did you have in mind?
Well, if you pull up the table, and what I want to do is, is talk about, what the thought process and how it's gestated, since, we made the recommendation to the planning commission, and what the reaction, to those recommendations was as a result, of the planning commission's meeting last Wednesday. And I want to entertain, our planning commissioners' interjection, into that, because we're in a workshop situation, so, I don't want to lose any opportunity to get input.
So this is what you'd like to see? Okay. This is in a 23.
Yeah, you could.
And then unfortunately, in U6, too many changes that are not relevant to the housing element. So, I mean, we can miss that. We can't look at it anyway, so. Okay. That's not coming up here. There we go. And do I have permission to share my screen? Oh, okay. I'll ask.
Okay, you want to deal with, 20 to 23 first?
So I just highlighted in red anything that was different from what was in the zoning amendments that I think.
So the additions here, were, the floor area ratio, the increases, for projects that were, less than the height limit, the landscape area ratio, which to me is, is part of what would, help develop, the rural character. If you took the, the numbers, of coverage, and impervious surface, allowed under the staff recommendations, you ended up with 130% of the site, being covered with building and impervious surface, without any protection or preservation, of landscape area, except in the front setback. So
Can you explain how you calculate the floor area ratio for, in this particular case, for Ladera's lot, for example?
it was essentially looking at if you took the, is it 0.55?
2 maybe? Yeah.
0.5, that's the acreage, but the floor area ratio, I didn't bring my glasses.
Oh, 55%, yes.
So if you take 55%, of the half acre, of 0.52, that would end up with, 12,455 square feet allowed, of building.
Some reason I'm getting 23,000, so something's wrong with the
That's
way.
23,000 per an acre.
Oh, okay. No, I multiplied by 0.52. 0.52 times 43,560 times 0.55. Oh, okay. Yes, that's my error. You're
Yeah,
right.
and so, what I was trying to arrive at, was a average unit size, of about 1,200 square feet. So that some units could get bigger, some units could get smaller, and you'd end up with, quite a range. But it wouldn't be unlimited, the way that the current zoning or, the current staff recommendation, is unlimited. And, so it would give the town, essentially a design, a product design that we would likely be in support of. And the reason I got there was that I looked at the residential, zoning, floor area numbers per unit, and at the next largest, zoning district, 7.5 M, you assume 2 units, the average would be 1,510. On the next, zoning district, the average, which was, 15 M, would be 1,812. So there would be a pretty natural progression, that if we think about higher density as being more affordable, and smaller living units would be more affordable. This, I felt like this would be, a likely average.
I didn't follow how you came up with 1812 and
1812.
for 15,000. Sorry.
You want me to share my screen? It's so small, it's stupid. But so I took each of the zoning districts, applied the current floor area ratios. The current floor area ratio for 7.5 M is 40%.
This is in code.
This is in the current code.
Okay.
15 M is 24%, 20 M is 20%, and so forth. Going down to 5% for 3.5 acres. So the zoning ordinance was purposefully established to have a reduction in the percentage of allowable floor area as the properties increased in size. So it makes sense that as the density goes up, that there'd be some level of increase. And what I was looking for was a way to rationalize that around the average unit size. So I took, in each of, the zoning districts, below 3.5 acres, two units are allowed, an ADU and a house. And so that, this is just mathematics, taking the allowable floor area divided by, the number of units, and I got, basically 3,800 for 2.5 acre lots, 2 acre lots that have 3,500, per unit. 1 acre lots are 26, 30 is the average, and so forth down to 7.5 M, which was 1,510 square feet. So then I was looking at, how do I get to, a rational number? And the other one was to balance, the coverage, the landscape area ratio, and the impervious surface, area ratio, so that you weren't, essentially allowing an imbalance, by design, in the way that the zoning ordinance is established. Because then I also looked at the number of cars required, in these higher density, lots, looking at a need for, about 400 square feet of impervious surface per car, in order to have parking and access. So that's how I, that's how I came to recommending less impervious, a lower impervious surface number. And and actually being able to add the landscape area, ratio. And I believe, that combined with a building floor area limit, that was actually a little bit larger, in this situation, so that you could, have enough space between the buildings, to create the landscape area, the impervious surface area for walks, porches. And to me, it was going to give the town a better tool and providing an upper limit, so that you didn't end up with, a for-profit developer coming in, that would need, 3,500 and 4,000 square foot, apartments, to offset, a few 300 and 400 square foot apartments.
So can we go with this? Can we start to try to create a formula that we can give to the planning commission and the council that we think would be a working,
Well, this,
help work the numbers?
yeah, I'm sorry I wasn't at the meeting last week, but I feel pretty comfortable, with the mathematics around this kind of a model, to break it down, so that, because my first problem, with the staff recommendation, was when the coverage area, and the impervious surface, percentages, added to more than 100%, I really had a problem. It's by design problem, so that, to me, you need to end up with everything that you expect to be on the ground, adding to less than, or equal to 100%. And then, and then coming back and then trying to overlay a floor area number, that would give you adequate unit sizes, so that you end up with a variety of unit sizes, without forcing the building, into needing to be, 3 stories.
But do you think we need to, in addition to this, put in there a minimum and a maximum unit size?
Well, I thought about it a lot, because the building code already has minimum sizes.
They're pretty small though,
They're very small.
like 200, right? Or not even 165 or something crazy like that.
Yeah, I mean, this, the SROs are really, really small. They're typically not going to be combined into, a for-profit development. But I mean, to me, it's up, up for discussion. I gave up on the idea because I couldn't come up with what I thought, was going to be a rational minimum, with a comparative, rational maximum.
Well, my concern is that a developer could come in with that, with just the floor area ratio and say, well, I'm going to put 9 300 square foot homes and 1 mega home, right? I mean, there's nothing to prevent them from doing that per se.
I guess that's true. Yes. So, from that's, if that's the issue, then, because the housing element, anticipates, a level of affordability, but it doesn't mandate that we have to do it in zoning. Is that correct, Adrian?
That we actually stipulate levels of affordability in the zoning ordinance?
Yeah.
No, we lay that out in the housing element, and then we have to lay out the structure for how to actually execute on that in the zoning code.
Well, then,
Though we could, couldn't we? We could put in a requirement that for this one, particularly MF 23, that certain percentage be affordable. Would we?
Well, we actually do have a program in the housing element to develop an affordable housing fee, like a requirement. inclusionary housing program. But that's going to take time. We need to actually do some studies to figure out what's appropriate for the community, whether we're asking for a financial contribution, or do we want people building the units, or do we allow for a combination of the two? That's why we've actually, I think we have it slated for 26.
As part of the subdivision act, subdivision ordinance,
Yep.
there's a 15% inclusionary requirement.
That's right. We do have that. That's right. And that informs our affordable housing fund that the town does currently have. We don't get many contributions to it for obvious reasons. We don't get many subdivisions.
We don't have much land.
But we could, I mean, to me, the concern of an MF 23 is that we as a community are giving up enormous control, enormous, just our community, the way it's designed, going from single family homes or single family home with an ADU or two up to 23 units per acre. So to me, in my mind, the point of this is to have affordable homes. So I personally would love to have at a minimum 15%, but preferably 25% affordable, just as one of the requirements, as one of the objective requirements for the MF 23. I'm not speaking about the others, but just at the MF 23. Because that doesn't seem overly complex to request that.
Kenny, you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, I agree. I think it would defeat the point if somebody put in luxury condos. I guess I had a question for Adrienne in terms of the, these kinds of numbers for floor area ratio and landscape area ratio would restrict the developability in HCD's eyes. So-
Right. So that's something we've begun to talk about, staff and consultants about. We want to make sure that, yeah, we're not restricting site capacity and that those that are doing, introducing FAR, because so far with multifamily, we've been controlling with site coverage, setbacks, height. That's all we've laid out to control for scale. So obviously he said he's done some analysis for this and believes that it's viable for the site. We haven't had a chance to do our own site planning to try to introduce those factors and see what we end up with. So definitely we'd want to be able to do that activity before we get to planning commission. We won't have it done in time for the packet, but hopefully we can have done a little preliminary verification to make sure. Because yeah, that's what we're looking out for is this going to act to reduce site capacity at all? Or is it kind of just a different way of getting to the same result? But that's what I was wondering about, because Rebecca raised, well, we could do the minimum maximum unit size. We could impose that. It's an easy thing. We could incorporate that. If we're worried about these mansion type situations or, like just really large homes that that's not what we're looking for. So I suppose that is the question for why does FAR control for that more efficiently than a minimum and maximum square footage? What does one do that the other doesn't? And is one method more simple so as not to, invite scrutiny of what we're doing for the site? So yeah, we would need some time to take a look at it.
Well, the one thing that it does, is it encourages, with the smaller building footprints, more efficient buildings. So that you don't end up with interior hallways, and lobbies and, other kind of accoutrements, that make the building bigger, without contributing, to the amount of housing. And so, I mean, if in order to arrive at a 1,200 square foot average, and you looked at a minimum of 800 and a maximum, of 1,600, you essentially accomplish that. Eight hundred, you can do a pretty efficient, 2-bedroom unit. And 1,600, you'd be hard pressed to, but you could get, a 4-bedroom unit, out of that. And, with those kinds of efficiencies, I think that we would be providing for the variety, but ensuring pretty clearly that it's intended to be, more efficient, more cost efficient, buildings. That was the other reason for the opportunities that I was recommending with, the various setbacks and building separations based on the height of the building. So that it would further encourage single-story buildings that are less complicated.
Both of you guys, your incentive idea, does that play into this zoning and that 23-year?
Well, it's trying to, but I
Would
mean,
you see these?
I mean, the word that, or the phrase that came out, earlier in the
Yeah.
evening, that to me, was clear, and, I'll attribute it to Adrian, is that she talked about this, setting up the ordinance, to create the product, design that, that we're looking for. And, so those are the contributions that I've tried to come up with, in these, are to, one, provide positive incentives, to do lower scale, projects, make it a little easier, to do that, in providing variety while still maintaining, an objectivity so that, because I think, the worries, that I would have, and I think the town and the ASCC should have about buildings that, are 1 story is pretty low. Where as they get taller, to, essentially to, talk about, some of the problems that, the neighbors are having and, the public testimony, is about height. And, while still maintaining, an adequate distance for safety.
I mean, could we consider something like, in addition to the FAR saying, the range is 500 to say 1,800, and if you want to go outside of those ranges, then you would have to come before the ACC to argue your case.
Well, I don't think we'll be able to put the ASCC.
As long as we have an objective standard that could be met and that they don't have to come before us, then it's okay. But if they want to do something outside of our basic standards, then they would have to come to us.
I think we should go with that.
I think, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Just to chime in. I think at the planning commission and ASCC meeting last week, there was concern about the number of hearings that a project could have as maybe more of a restrictor on having projects go in front of the ASCC. Is that right, Adrienne?
Yeah, exactly. That's part of SB 330, the Project Streamlining Act. So developers need to know that they have a ministerial path forward and that they won't be subject to more than, I believe it's five meeting maximum to get through entitlement.
So on that, Catherine, I've got a question about, a waiver. So, if we provide an opportunity for, a developer, to get more by coming to the ASCC, can we also condition that they waive, the limitation, their SB 330 rights?
So a developer could agree to more hearings than 5. By, if they agree to that, that would be their prerogative to do so. But they also could, not agree to it.
But if they don't agree to it, then they would, then they wouldn't be asking for, then they'd be giving away the opportunity for area increases, and unit size increases. So I'm trying to distinguish between, what's inbounds, and if we offer something that's out of bounds, for, in exchange for better design, and influence, from a design review standpoint, it seems like, that's the carrot in the stick. As we we give them, the opportunity to get more. Yes, John.
Just sort of remind people some of the things that happened at the planning commission. So as part of the discussion, people generally thought that the discretionary side was great, but we also got the opinion from the lawyer at the time that we didn't need to cover that now. That's something that we can add on later. And in fact, we didn't have to even refer to it in the zoning amendments that we're putting in place here. We're just trying to do the minimum to get it through HCD. But basically, but first point is people think it would be great if we could come up with a way to deal with the discretionary side as an incentive perspective, but you don't have to deal with that now.
I appreciate that. Thanks, John.
So the other question I have then is about the height. If I remember correctly, the mock-up that was done for Ford Open Space, which is not being put into the zone yet, it had a bunch of buildings that were 2-story and a bunch of buildings that was 3 stories, and that was what was necessary in order to get the 50 units of an unknown size at this point. So it sounds like in an acre, for an acre to get 20 to 23, for an objective standard, are we going to be required to allow a 3-story building? Otherwise, it's just not feasible? Or could we say you can do 2 stories, and then again, we go to the incentive, if you want 3 stories, then you have to do ASCC?
Well, I think, 42 feet is quite high, and Monica, our consultant, and I have been presuming that we would be requested to drop that down, and that seems perfectly reasonable to us. I would ask the architects how a 35 to 38 max, could you accommodate a hidden 3rd story? To sort of reduce the look of the scale, but in fact it is 3 stories. So it's more sort of how the overall height of the building and less a concern with stories.
Well, from this architect, I think it'll be, it'll improve the attractiveness, of the building, because you won't end up, with a full 3rd floor exposed.
Right.
And if you do, it will have significant setbacks.
Mhm. And through the
Yeah.
chair, if I could just sort of what Rebecca was saying, but just sort of ask a question. It seems like we're presuming affordable housing developers only want small individual single-family homes, like in a sort of this cottage cluster concept. But I do want to make sure that we're not, to what Rebecca was saying, excluding any other opportunities for diverse housing. Is it the case that a multifamily structure of, say, 2 to 3 stories could not be affordable? There wouldn't be affordable housing developers interested in that type of product? Like, I'm worried about being too exclusive to different types of developers wanting to do different kinds of products affordably.
Well, from my standpoint, and I'm taking, my cues from, some of the community, is that we're only looking at 6 properties right now. So if we screw up, and are a little too limiting right now, we have an opportunity to do something, later, as a nonprofit, that says, hey, we need this, then we take another look at the rules. The other one, is, through, incentives and concessions, because the real nonprofits, that are really trying to do 100% affordable or 85% affordable, are going to, qualify, for density bonuses and incentives and, and concessions that essentially, only vaguely use these numbers, as the basis. So I'm trying to look at this, from a developer standpoint, trying to make sure that, that there's incentive enough to build it, because you can build enough, but restrictive enough, that, it's going to need to be a really good product, in order to, sell or rent.
And I guess on the affordability, I mean, I have to be blunt, but, you hear in the news about this affordable multifamily structure going up, or this budget being, this amount of money being put to this large 50-unit building and whatever. And when you parse out the numbers, it's coming out to like 700,000 to $1 million for every apartment, and the apartments aren't that big. So, I mean, I question a little bit on the concept of affordable buildings that can be built affordably being multi-stories versus a small modular prefab unit, which I'm not under the impression, based on what I looked just this week, the homes are like maybe 100,000 to 300,000, depending on the fanciness and obviously on our our geology that requires pretty intense foundations and whatnot. So, it's, I think we have to take that into account as well. And I understand that multifamily affordable housing builders get access to a lot of funding from the state and from philanthropy and whatnot, which makes it more affordable for them. But to be realistic, if we want a developer coming in for one of our smaller lots, they will have those struggles to deal with.
So do we want to look at MF4?
Yes.
Can I ask a question just of everybody? I was hoping that, I know we're talking about the FAR and maybe it's not the moment for it, but since we moved on to some of the building height restrictions, the LAR, I've been thinking about a lot, and how, just whether or not it's gonna yield the end result that we want, just from the sense of, and not to say that it shouldn't be there, just how maybe we could, as a group, talk about what the goals would be of the landscaping that is put in as part of the LAR, and if there's some way to more objectively define what that is. Just because yeah, go ahead.
So are you thinking about separating, impervious surface for patio space, differently from parking space? Because that was one of the things that, I was thinking about, because, I mean, part of what makes, housing, fun to live in, are the outdoor spaces,
Mhm.
There's open space requirements per unit. And those could be combined. This is normal. The open space requirements per unit,
Are not defined yet,
they're not defined yet for
which
us,
we would
but-
need to,
yeah,
we
right.
should.
well, that was where I was trying to,
Uh-huh.
I was trying to get at it, through a landscape area ratio.
Right, it could affect the same thing, depending on the extent to which you allow balconies, porches, and rooftops to satisfy the open space requirements.
Mhm. So is the goal, so is for the landscape area ratio, obviously, we're putting this together quickly and there's no definition provided. Is that covering patios, so like hardscape and greenscape, or is that 25%? The goal to have it be green
Well,
plantings?
my intention in being simplistic about it was that it was, it was greenscape.
Mhm.
And that the impervious surface would capture, the patios, the walks, the parking areas.
Mhm.
And, by keeping the impervious surface ratio relatively low, it would make those parking areas more efficient, the walkways, more efficient, but I do think that, if we get into more detail, we probably want to, parse out, some of those private open spaces, and, frankly, I was concerned, Kenny, about rooftop, patios, and the relationship, that they would have, with neighboring properties. And, that being a much more significant change, in the architectural landscape, than almost anything else that we could do.
I think a guardrail against that would be to have an open space requirement and to not allow elevated open spaces to satisfy that.
Not allow what?
Elevated open spaces to satisfy that.
Okay.
And I think we also need to encourage a common open space requirement
Mhm.
so that we're not creating these little fiefdoms on the property.
Yeah. That requires quite a bit more modeling to try to figure out how to,
Well, if you took the example that I had for the cottage cluster thing, they just had a square foot per unit that has to go towards common open space. In the example from Washington, I think it was 400, I want to say 400 square feet per unit, what had to go towards common open space. Again, it would require some modeling.
Yeah,
whether it's
the hard
reasonable.
part of all of this is trying to make, an objective set of rules. Make
Yeah.
good-
It does seem to be
make good
typical.
design.
It does seem to be difficult to have a open space requirement per unit
Why?
for these.
Because it seems like the LAR would work, right?
Yeah, I just, there's a question of whether LAR is easier to interpret versus an open space requirement.
Well, the LAR would be definitely easier to interpret.
Easy to implement.
And easy to implement, but, an open space requirement per unit, would be, frankly, would be just about as easy,
Mhm.
as long as they didn't conflict
Conflict, yeah.
and fight against each other.
So a question with the landscape area ratio that I have kind of in addition to just, general discussion about it is how do we define how it gets used? Because it's, if I have a really large area and I plant a tree on it and then I put, I have a big mulch area at the bottom, does that count? Or if I really sparsely landscape it and I have one plant every 5-6 feet or something, I mean, I could argue, well, I'm landscaping, I guess that was what I was getting hung up on a little bit of just how do we make it a really sort of hearty, effective section of this, while also not making it a regulation that becomes really cost prohibitive to the affordable housing, triggering WELO, just the expense of even getting planting plans, getting the WELO calcs done, et cetera, and getting permits. And, maybe that's something that these projects, I don't know just because I haven't had time to do more research, but do these, like Tim on the Ladera Church property, is landscaping part of the plan? I mean, it does add cost. Ideally it is. And kind of what does that look like in terms of what people are expecting?
Well, in some ways, I think he's already presupposed that, he's going to easily comply because protecting the area, you know, with three significant oak trees. And for me.
True.
that-
Yeah.
Those kinds of preservation areas, you know, would be part of the reason, you know, for having, you know, the landscape reserves. You know, so that'd be a quick fix, you know, for an affordable project is to preserve trees, because then you don't need to do very much at all.
Yeah, I don't envision with this landscape area ratio that someone has to go in there and provide a great big planting plan with dozens of plants. I think exactly what Ladera is thinking of. They have their great big oak trees. They have the area under the oak tree that's not planted and that's preserved and protected. And that counts as the square footage towards the LAR. I mean, that's how I would view it.
I think we want to make sure that we memorialize that thought.
I'm trying to take some notes.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah.
do think that's big.
Well, I also think that 400 square feet per unit of open space for the whole project is a lot of square footage. You know, if you're looking at MF 23, I mean, if they had to give up 400, that would be a lot of.
Well, but 400 square feet per unit,
Right.
you know, and it's only 10 units, it's only 4,000 square feet. It's not very much area, you know, so
And that's just the open space, that's not patios and individual patios.
yeah.
right.
I was trying to keep it simple, but, you know, if you wanted to parse out, you know, patio spaces, because I think, you know, part of what makes, you know, these open spaces really wonderful, you know, is some level of patio, you know, so that those open spaces are activated, you know, not just leftover spaces between buildings.
I agree. I just want to I want to develop a model to give these guys.
Well, I think we could continue to do, you know, kind of examples, you know, and opinion off, you know, what Nicholas was requesting, you know, about the, you know, the design guidelines, you know, is that, you know, to one, incorporate them, you know, as a, rather than a policy or just a set of guidelines, you know, actually figure out how to incorporate it into, you know, an actionable requirement. And that the design guidelines also, you know, it wouldn't be part of this work product, but, you know, as we continue, you know, that these zoning districts, you know, get some level of, you know, comparative, you know, this is good, this is bad, you know, because that's the way the design guidelines have been very effective, is that we want this, we don't want this. And, you know,
I have a bunch of ideas for that, but I think we should get through the MF4 before we switch back to objectifying the design guideline.
I don't disagree.
So just going, I just did the quick calculation. It sounds like for 1 acre, the MF 23 would have about 10,000, according to this, if we had the 25% would be about 11,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Out of the 43,000 that would be expected to be some type of greenscape, landscape, existing landscape. You know, landscape's probably a bad word since it conjures up lots of plants, but maybe come up with a better word for that, but.
Maybe we need to define what landscape is, but, you know, so, you know, currently in the MF 23, there's also a requirement for, you know, a percentage of the front yard, you know, setback, you know, to be landscaped. So it's not 100%.
Yeah, there's the parking buffer as well, which is a landscaped area. So yeah, I think that's a good point, that by the time you get, if you're protecting some existing landscaping, you're creating the required landscape buffer, you're probably pretty easily hitting that.
Okay.
This would include the setbacks, presumably.
Yeah, it could be in the setbacks, it'd be part of the separation between buildings, be part of the transitions, you know, between buildings, and, you know, also what would be, you know, in private yards, you know, if the design had private yards. So I think that the comment, you know, what about the idea that I have that the setbacks escalate as the building gets taller?
I think
So-
that's good.
Yeah, I think that's typical.
Mhm.
There was one other thing that I was thinking, maybe it's on a different slide, was, the conditions about patio spaces above, above the first floor.
Mm, yeah,
Is that on a different slide?
yeah.
Okay, let's deal with that later. Let's deal with the objective requirements for MF4.
So here, I do want to understand the calculation again for the floor area ratio.
Yeah, it was similar.
Similar, yeah, but
The-
again,
the-
I could have done it wrong, but I don't think so. in this case.
The 40%, ends up yielding, about 1,500 square feet per unit.
But you're taking 40% of 4 acres. Is that what I'm understanding?
No.
Oh,
I wasn't
for the
look-
Glen Oak.
I was looking at the buildings, because the buildings are limited to 3,000 square feet.
Sorry, where did you get that? That's from the analysis you gave for.
That was what was proposed.
For the coverage area, because of the coverage area ratio?
No, it was.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Building floor area limit 3,000. Okay.
Floor area limit per building was, 3,000. Yeah, and so, and the number of units, the number of units is 4 units per acre.
Yes.
So you only get 3 buildings, 2 buildings. 'Cause you only get 4 units. But you could end up with 3,000 per unit. Which, pretty big buildings.
It's huge.
Yeah. That's 3 times more than I want.
But we're talking Glen Oaks, so.
Well, I don't understand the Glen Oaks.
I don't
Yeah,
either.
But, the planning commission decided to do that, because there's a whole bunch of land that's unusable, irrelevant and should be zoned open space. Versus, what's, all of that lot. Could you, Adrian, could you bring up the zoning map?
Sure.
Maybe I can.
Do I have to stop sharing or?
Now, because the housing element only assumed 4 acres, was
Development.
developable. But 17 acres is being rezoned.
So my confusion with the numbers comes from if you're saying 40% of the lot area, 40% of 4 acres is a lot more than 1,500 square foot home. It's like 4,300 square foot homes. That's where I'm a little confused.
So could we scroll over a little bit, so that we can look at, Glen Oaks?
It's the dark green, or
Dark
rather
green.
the orange, pardon me.
Dark green is Ford Park.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There you go. How's that?
Mhm.
So, is, oops.
Oh, pardon me. Sorry, I was going to try to find where we talk about the site and housing element. So I will stay put.
It's the 2 blobs, the 2 big blobs have a little piece from the housing element, I remember.
So, it to me only makes sense to rezone that stuff. And have the green, this all be green. Does that make more, that would make more mathematical sense. Because, then if the area if the area that's down here it is actually, where we're considering.
The reason why it's this way, because it gets us the numbers that are required.
No, because the numbers that were required were based on 4 acres of being developable. So it's only 16.
No, I mean the
it's
town
only
numbers,
16 units.
the town-wide numbers.
Well, we took the site and we sort of plugged in all of the, like, the scenic corridor setback, the creek setback, and then we were like, okay, what area are we left with that's developable? But to Carter's point, yeah, that's the most concentrated land mass area. I could bring up the little image that we have for that actual site in the housing element, because I believe it shows which areas are, that we're focused in on that are developable.
Sure, you want to bring that up?
Yep.
But doesn't, so rezoning the entire thing gets us a higher number of units.
Well, it gets you a higher coverage, but it gets you the higher number of units if you do it, but just based on coverage, and no other limits. But
I'm just trying to understand if
well, that's why
changing that
she's bringing up the diagram.
produces
And
a
also
problem that needs to be.
also the assumption, of the number of units that are being accounted for in the housing element. Do you
Right.
remember, John?
16.
It's 16. So we only need to rezone 4 acres.
Yeah, it'd be kind of,
Yeah, but if the development standards are based on the size of the parcel,
Can we say based on the developable area for this particular one?
we did talk about that language of saying developable area, because there was,
but then that requires, that requires a whole new, set of standards for the whole town.
I was gonna say, do we even want to go there
Well, I,
right now? We
Well-
could do it later.
yeah. Okay.
okay, I'm just gonna bring up the,
I'm still confused about the 0.4. Because if I multiply 40% times 4 acres, I get 70,000 square feet. And if I divide that by the 16 of allowable units for that 4 acres, I'm at 4356 per house. And that's nothing to do with the 17 acres. That's the 4 acres. If we're doing it based on this floor area ratio, 0.4% of developable area.
Yeah.
So that to me seems pretty high for something that's only 4 if we want 4 units per acre.
I agree. I probably screwed up. It's pretty easy to be.
Well, I screwed up the other one,
to be-
so we're
to be-
even, right? We're even. yeah.
Totally fallible.
Nicholas raised his hand.
We estimate 16 units could be developed based on the feasibility analysis. So,
Did you have some insight that you wanted to give?
okay. I noticed a hand from the public, so if we're in a workshop situation, if there's any questions or, answers that you guys, have, I'd recognize Jim right now, because he's got his hand up.
sure.
Jim?
Hey, me off guard now. That was up a long time ago. So yeah, these ratios I think are a little off. I think, again, if you look at the mixed use 4 to 6, it probably should be somewhat equivalent to the multifamily zoning on 2 to 4, at least obviously substantially higher than that, which it isn't. And I do think that we're so focused on this MF 2023. And again, I'll just reiterate, I know you're trying to deal with this corner case. There's only one property, that's Ladera. I think they're very clear they're not going to be developing at that type of unit density. And the problem I have is that the sites that are most likely to get developed in the mixed use from a residential perspective are dependent on the design objectives in the way that this is constructed for multifamily 2023, which we haven't even just started talking about. And I think that's very problematic. So sorry to interject.
Okay. Anybody else? Nicholas, John?
So just the thought I had was, you know, the first question I'm going to ask when I look at what comes to us is, in the case of the MF 1023, is based on the standards you put in place, can we put 10 units on it and credibly tell HCD that? And that's going to be true on all of these. It's like, we've got a number. After we look at all the guidelines we put in there, can we credibly indicate, yes, we can get that number? So I don't know. In my mind, that simplifies things. I don't know if that's actually true from your perspective, but in my mind, it's like, So you can probably leave some things out on this round as you continue moving forward, as you know, in terms of your overall objective standards moving forward. Right now, it's just HCD, and can they believe what we write down?
Well, if we stick to the 1240, the 500 to 1800 maximum unit with this floor area ratio of 55%, we can fit 10 units on a property.
Do I understand that as an expectation that we'll be refining this going forward past this round with HCD? Like, outside of the realm of things that affect those numbers?
Well, this is more a personal opinion versus from the town council or the planning commission, but yeah, I mean, I think overall the state is asking us to do objective standards across the board. More and more, I think you're going to be taking a look at that and saying, how do we put that on paper? And all the great work we used to do by, telling people about, lighting that should turn off and on, or be on sensors, or not be on all night, or all those kinds of things that you've always done. I think we need to codify that. So my expectation is you're going to want to do that.
And
I think the whole subjective side, not subjective, the incentive piece that you were talking about, I think that's a great idea. And I suspect we can work that and everybody comes out ahead. So, but you don't have to do that now. I think you'd be doing that later.
Okay.
Could I
think that's
summarize
helpful.
what we where we're at now? So for the MF 23 and the MF 4, what I'm hearing is that we codify a floor area ratio, make sure the number is correct, such that we come up with sort of an average size home that's based on Carter's calculation that sort of matches our combining districts. We include a minimum maximum. For the MF 23, we maybe 500 to 1800 square feet. The MF 4, we'll have to figure that number out based on the new numbers. We have a 38-foot height limit, maximum height limit for MF 23. We leave the height for the MF 4 as designed. We have an LAR because the numbers seems to work. And we define what landscaping means to include preservation of existing significant trees, protecting existing landscapes, includes screening at the front of properties, screening of parking, all those sorts of things. The impervious surface, we have a slightly different percentage, but the same thing. It would capture the patios, the walks, and the parking. The setbacks would get larger as buildings get higher. And we kind of put it to a future, or if we can't accommodate it in now, some ideas about incentives to work with ASCC to get a change of floor area, slight unit increase, slight height change. But those would be covering later.
I would also add to that, any rooftop decks or any decks or patios, terraces, lanais, above, second floor and above.
above second floor would require ASCC. Okay. All right. And then I would propose that we talk a little bit about objective requirements for our design guidelines to try.
That's the maximum lowest to highest. And I'm recommending 32 feet, of elevation above, above the grade directly below. Well.
Is someone talking? Because I can't hear.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Nicholas Targ, 80 Hayfields Road. So I'm interested in the maximum height versus the average height, both from a mounting perspective and a field perspective, as well as a fire perspective. And I'm unclear whether the 38 feet is a maximum height or an average height. And I'm also unclear what happened to our LAR in this rubric as well.
Okay.
That's,
Those are clarifying questions. So from my standpoint, the 38 feet, would be like our 34 feet is now, which is lowest point of contact, to highest point, of building. And then the 32 feet, would be comparable to our current 28 feet, which would get you 3 stories, but it needs to be inside of, a roof, or be, set back inside of something.
So from a fire ladder access point of view, it's never more than 32 feet for the
Well, that would be to
fire
the roof.
access. Yeah.
And based on my conversation with Kim, Julie Achi, I think, the fire commissioner, whatever, fire marshal, thank you. She said that they are capable of handling 34 feet because these developments are on Alpine Road. They would not be capable of handling those heights at another place for where they could not fit a ladder truck. So deeper within Portola Valley, for example. So because they do have these relationships with the surrounding fire departments, and that's a standard call that happens with every single fire, regardless of the height. She said that it's possible to, we can have that kind of height as long as the road can accommodate a ladder truck. Yeah.
So is Alpine Road classified in our zoning in a way that allows us to make that distinction?
It's based on width.
Yeah, Alpine and Portola are considered arterials,
Right.
within the general plan.
Right, so we can have an objective requirement.
Go ahead, John.
John Goulden. When we do the analysis that I was talking about on fitting on the sites, I probably will ask the question, could we do it in current heights without actually increasing it? Can we get the density that HCD needs, but not change our overall height restrictions? So I don't know if we can, I'm not sure when we're going to do that analysis, but I think that would make sense for you guys to think about, because I can't imagine the town council not also having that same question based on the input we receive.
John, based on the calendar, I don't think we're going to get a chance to actually see those. I think what's going to, based on the calendar, what I'm interpreting, is that, out of this meeting, we're going to be making some recommendations, to the planning commission. And then the planning commission, I think, is going to, opine and either, approve them, or say, we need some modeling. Or recommend to the, to have some modeling done and maybe another joint meeting. I don't know.
Right. No, no, I totally agree with you. I was just asking you to consider, what else would you change if you said, I'm going to hold the height back? What you probably would move something else around.
I think that the modeling, is going to be critical. And in my history of zoning changes in Portola Valley, that kind of modeling is what precipitated the kinds of micro decisions that, the Planning Commission and the ASCC, made or recommended, with the other zoning districts, was, how to ratchet that up, because it didn't end up being a straight line. It was, really, what does this mean? How big is it? And what's left over?
And 3 stories could fit in 34 feet if you had like dormers
Yep.
in the roof, or had flat roof, or had a mansard roof perhaps. I'm not
I think
sure.
there's a lot of different opportunities, and I,
Mhm.
while I'm, while I don't like the kind of micromanagement, that is part of the objective standards right now, I think they give us some safe haven, to end up with better designs. So
Yeah.
because like Gina, I was offended. I went, "Shh, you, why is somebody trying to tell me that I gotta have a window every 12 feet? And that I'm out of compliance because that's 13.5 feet, between the windows."
I
Yeah.
want to keep the height as low as we can go.
Well, I think that's as low as you can go.
Okay.
I mean,
I think,
I think we should state that.
yeah, I agree. Well, I was gonna say, I agree with Carter there, that if you're doing 34 feet, you should be able to get the 3 stories that set, where you're concealing the 3rd floor and a roof line. But I do think as part of that, we have to get rid of the requirement that limits roof pitch, or it just creates a range, because we're gonna need to be able to have higher pitches potentially to make that work. And then also and I think this came up, Rebecca, in your presentation, but also the dormer limits, being able to do maybe slightly wider dormers or things that just make it more feasible for someone to actually, create nice spaces in that 3rd hidden level.
And
I agree. I think that, I mean, the models didn't even, match the numbers.
Right.
Because I like the concept of requiring pitch roofs, but, those pitch roofs could range, from, very slight for some of those porch elements, to, how to hide the 2nd floor.
Could we make a recommendation of, say, 34-foot maximum, but if they would like to go up a little bit more, that then they'd have to come to the ASCC to prove their case, to make their case? Or you prefer the 38
I think
flexibility?
that would be a place where, HCD would, have questions about the viability.
I think you're right about that. But, when you said something like having outdoor patios or balconies on an upper level, that's not so worrisome.
Not
Because
so
that wouldn't be
worrisome.
so worrisome to HCD. They're not going to say, hey, you're not allowing by right upper story balconies, because that's sort of like an added extra.
Yeah.
Right?
So my understanding then is that
I think we go.
recommendation with 38,
Yeah, 30, 34, 38.
34 to 38.
Yeah, 34.
34
Thir-
grade,
thir-
38.
34 directly, above the ground,
Oh, okay.
and then 38.
Oh, I see. So 34 feet vertical height and then 38 feet maximum height, right, with their new
Yeah.
definitions?
Yes. That's what I'm,
Yeah.
Okay.
yes. Up here, up here.
Sorry, you can't hear you guys if you don't talk into the mic.
Nicholas Targ, 80 Hayfield Road. And further to my initial question, what happened to LAR? Do we have it or not? I'm just looking, we have a meeting on the 17th.
Well, right now, I'm hoping that we recommend, a landscape area ratio.
I'm too. It just, I think the calculation may have been off for MF4, but
Yeah.
we just need to confirm the number.
But I just missed it. And when you were kicking off the various elements. If it's in, then that's great.
Well, Kenny, your question.
No, I'm okay with it. I wonder if a requirement per unit is more conventional and would raise less questions and achieve the same effect, but
Well, it would,
It would avoid the issue of 17 acres, right?
yeah.
well, let's see. I mean, we're not gonna have, another 17-acre property
Yeah.
that looks like this. I mean, I don't know how we're gonna end up with the rule on this one. Because it doesn't seem like an appropriate zoning district. But nobody asked us about that. But the landscape area ratio to me, maintains a proportionality with the size of the lot. And, if a developer decides that instead of being 23 units per acre, he does 20, as the minimum. There isn't any incentive, that he ends up being able to do less landscape. But it's, if it's proportional to the size of the lot, that you'll end up with at least that much area.
Or could the regulation have an LAR percentage of lot and then, or a certain square footage per unit, whichever is
Well, and we
bigger
need,
or smaller or
yeah.
whatever.
we need to make sure that the LAR is a minimum, and the, floor area ratio and the impervious surface ratio are maximums. But and I think it's clear, but as soon as you leave out the word, the lawyers take advantage.
We should definitely have the word in there.
So how will we resolve the recommendation of LAR plus or minus per unit? Should,
How do you? What?
my feeling is a per unit would apply to an open space, the common open space portion of the LAR. So at least we'd get the idea of common. So it would be much smaller than what's required for the LAR.
I think it's fine to have both and say, whichever one is larger is.
Well, I think we could, we could get there, but I'm not sure what the numbers should be,
Yes.
without some study and modeling. And I think if we're trying to, to get to John's point about, getting something, to HCD, that this will clearly show, one, the effort, of trying to preserve, open space, to try to maintain the rural character, that it's not trying to be restricted.
Well,
Isn't there also an HCD requirement about open space?
common
Common
space.
It's not in the
Well,
ordinance.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
I think that the common space or recreational space and common space requirement per unit is typically seen as an amenity for the
Remember that
residents.
going by at some point.
I do too. I remember something about that too.
So we just have to make sure that we're consistent with whatever that information is. And is this helpful for you guys? I mean, if you're hearing us talk planning commission? All right, good.
Yeah, we're gonna land on what we're gonna recommend. It might not be tonight, but it'll be,
No, that's totally-
it'll be before you,
Before the meeting, yeah.
or it needs to be.
So should we just transfer over to talking about the design guidelines, how to make objective standards out of them?
I kind of agree with Nicholas's suggestion that there's an extent to it that might have to be an ad hoc committee
Well, I think we could
development,
tackle just a few.
certainly.
I mean, the LAR and the potential for having a per unit common space will tackle at least one. And then we already have in there the screening, right? The setbacks with screening. Is there a defined percentage for amount of screening that's required or?
There's a landscape area requirement for the front setback.
Right.
Are you talking about the scenic corridor requirements?
Yes.
Okay.
The other sort of, some other suggestions that have come up are the idea of open fencing to allow, the free movement of wild animals. So I don't know if there's anything in there about fencing, because I know there's a requirement for parking lots to have option of having a 6-foot wall, which I'm not in favor of at all. So,
Eliminate that.
yeah, so I think that needs to go. I mean, there's a screening requirement, which is fine, or an open fence requirement, but I think a 6-foot wall next to a house is not what we want. And then plants and trees based on local climate suitability. I don't think that's is that anywhere in our objective requirements?
Sorry, can you repeat that one?
Plants,
We should be
plants
able-
and trees based on local climate suitability.
No, we don't stipulate that.
Can we?
Can we stipulate that they have to be on the town's list of
Native plant
acceptable?
list.
Or a certain percentage of them?
Yeah, I think, Catherine, I think this would be okay, just to point to our design guidelines when it comes to landscaping requirements. Maybe.
I think that would likely, yeah, I think we can add this. We may already be covered with some language that we have in the code regarding, never mind, that was regarding very high fire hazard zones. So I think this would be fine. Let's circle back before we go to the planning commission to confirm.
I mean, we may want to just have a percent requirement of 75% or something like that to enable people to have if they want a little apple tree or some, so that's not so restrictive, but.
Right.
And then,
Yeah, or kitchen garden or something like that.
or vegetable garden, exactly. And then can we have some type of requirement of retaining significant trees on site? Maintain a certain number of them or percentage of them.
Well, aren't they still protected, under the heritage tree ordinance?
Yeah, I'm wondering if that ordinance would still be in effect.
Has to be.
I think so.
Blue oaks are protected at a smaller diameter.
The heritage tree ordinance, applies to all trees.
Right.
So are we allowed to?
It's not based on zoning. ordinance.
Right.
So they would still have to apply, for a tree removal permit.
Which does that have objective requirements to it?
Not yet.
Well, it's
Well,
based on objective
it's
measurements,
objective.
right? The circumference of the trunk.
Yeah, but
certain
whether or
amount.
not you're allowed to remove it in order to put a building there instead.
Understood.
That I don't know.
Right.
That typically is, as an ASCC.
Mm-hmm.
So, Catherine, how does the approval process, for a multifamily project differ from a residential project? Because in a single-family residential project, if you move more than 100 yards, of dirt, or affect more than 5,000 square feet of native landscape, you have to seek a site development permit. And the site development permit, is currently subjective because it comes to the ASCC, because there isn't any objective, set of standards, for a site development permit.
My understanding, Adrian, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, is that once these objective design standards are in place, it would come to ASCC to determine compliance with those objective design standards, assuming the applicant wanted to go that route. If they wanted to design something that didn't meet the objective design standards, they could opt for a discretionary, process.
Okay.
The idea of the objective design standards is to provide sort of a streamlined path, if you will, for the.
So based on that, we would need to say that heritage trees are protected and are not to be removed.
Just want to check in with Adrian, make sure I see if Adrian has anything to clarify on that question.
I think I'm gonna need to research it.
Mhm.
But you can include it in your recommendations.
Yeah, I think if we can say that, then we should.
Because currently,
Mhm.
if you're grading, less than a combined cut and fill of 1,000 cubic yards, then the ASCC has authority for that approval.
Right.
If you go over that, then it has to go to the planning commission,
Mhm.
which is another subjective, review. So in order to be, effectively, right now, the way the ordinance is set up, it effectively be, a ministerial approval, they can't move more than 100 cubic yards of dirt.
Right.
Which is so small, you can't do a project.
Mhm. I've got to add that to the list too, because I need to find out if we can still enforce that or if that's considered a constraint that we couldn't enforce. So both of those things. I'd like to research those.
Though on the other side of it, the 6 lots we're talking about are all pretty flat, so they're not going to need a massive amount of cut.
I mean, Glen Oaks is by no means flat. The Madera Church, property is not flat. I mean, none of these properties are, they're flat-ish,
Yeah,
but
more than 100, you're saying, for sure.
it's hard to do a garage for, with less than 100 cubic yards of dirt. Because you count it twice. You count it when you dig it up and you count it when you put it back. So.
This is one of my questions I was going to ask in the very beginning,
Mhm.
and I think we should try to move on.
Okay. Well, we could avoid it right now, because HCD is not going to care about it. John's point.
Just looking at the design guidelines, do we want to, in things that could be more objective, there's a section on view preservation with regard to, I guess, I'm thinking more plantings, like if we wanted to add something about that. It does, I think Nicholas had mentioned this at the beginning, it does feel like the landscape, requiring a certain percentage to be natives and lighting do feel like pretty objective sections of the design guidelines that would be pretty easy to kind of transfer over.
I agree. We have a very objective lighting standard for landscape lighting that should just be transferred over.
Part of the ordinance already, though. But we could transfer that, to the objective.
Well, actually, there's you mean the landscape specific ones. But anyway,
I mean, I think we convert this.
Yeah.
From a site planning standpoint, are you doing this? Yes or no?
Right, and there are numbers in there too for, the sizes of things, opacity of fences and stuff that I think would be difficult.
And, you know, Captain, wouldn't the fence ordinance, you know, continue to be, you know, germane? You know, because we've got a specific fencing ordinance based on the size of property and the zoning district and the slope of the property. We wouldn't need to relive that, would we?
I mean, we could just say no fences.
I don't think you can do that, because I think there are some domestic fences that they would need.
The multi,
In the multifamily area, are you asking if the fencing requirements would apply?
Yeah, because there are some fences that are likely gonna need to be there.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I don't see it listed here in our proposed ordinance.
Well, I don't think we need any changes to it.
There's a fence ordinance with respect to parking. If the parking lot is along a residential district.
Well, that's different than the fencing ordinance. 'Cause the fencing ordinance, it actually relates to, you know, the size of the property, you know, and the zoning district, you know, about where and when you can have domestic fences, you know, versus, you know, horse fences. And then there's a definition of domestic fence and horse fence. And then there's also a prohibition of fences on slopes, you know, greater than 20%.
And it's front and side. Heights.
Yeah.
Well, those seem pretty objective in my mind.
Nicholas Targ, there are issues of materials and colors that are called out as well, but I don't know that they're called out in the design guidelines. I don't know that they're called out in the ordinance itself. And I just respectfully request that when it comes back to the PC, that could be true for us.
Sure.
We're going to end up making a set of decisions on the fly.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be doing that.
I think the materials, you know, that are identified, you know, from a combustibility standpoint, you know, are, you know, effectively a safety net. You know, and are currently what's required, you know, by the building code already.
just like what we have already for the building exterior materials, we can say this is a list of materials that by right you can just use.
And then in terms of colors, it's what's in here is a maximum of 4 colors can be used. And then it has the reflectivity matches what's in the design guidelines, but I have to bring up, being on the sustainability committee, that we do need, at some point, Portola Valley does need to recognize that we are suffering from climate change. And I feel that we really do need to do something that helps towards reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. And when we restrict all buildings to only 40% light reflectivity, if the project is in a very open space with limited tree cover, what you end up doing is forcing that home to use more air conditioning. So my recommendation is we increase that to 60%. And still, you know, make the requirement of natural colors. That's still a color that's found in nature. But, you know, certainly for lots that are open and very exposed to the sun, it will make a big impact on greenhouse gas emissions from appliances.
And I totally support that, except not now.
I'm right there with you.
I mean, I think that's a bigger
Bigger
issue.
question, okay.
You know, while, you know, it's a point of major contention all the way through, you know, the design and approval process for homes. It is one of the things that actually reduces the offsite impact, of architecture in a major way without having to control the design of architecture as much.
It's pretty nuanced with regard to infrared emissivity and reflectivity is distinct from visible light. And there's lots of technologies that come into play.
So we'll support you, but no.
Okay.
So let's just.
So are we okay with saying what, as is written in here, to, a maximum of 4 colors? And then they have a percentages?
Well, I have a question for Kat, and for Plan. Most of this is already in the building code, and the ordinances already. Is there a reason we have to restate it?
Well, I think there is, we need to, well, eventually we do. I mean, there's this question of the focus on things that HCD will care about right now.
But the issue for me is that, the town already instituted an ordinance that says all exterior materials have to be non-combustible. Why do we need to just say that again? And we already have, an ordinance that talks about, reflectivity and colors.
But
I mean,
I think there's an effort to objectify those.
If a builder is dopey enough to, to put 6 colors on a building, if they're all less than 40%, does it matter?
And you're making more work for Adrian, who would have to go back and tell the developer, no, you can't have that many because the building's.
Trying to keep things simple
That's
tonight.
fine. But you brought, I was okay with it.
Okay.
I think,
Through
oh, sorry.
Chair,
sorry.
I wasn't sure if that was a question for me or not, but I did want to correct one thing that I mentioned earlier about the fences. And this may actually sort of answer a broader question as well. So in the proposed code section 1815-010, it does clarify, and this is regarding multifamily residential district regulations. It does clarify, sort of incorporate by reference, that use of any parcel is subject to development standards set forth in this section, provisions regarding accessory uses, fences, et cetera, as set forth in chapters, blah, blah. So it does incorporate by reference several of these, and I didn't catch that earlier, so I wanted to clarify that point.
Thank you.
And do we understand that when these things are incorporated by reference, anything in there that is objective applies and anything that isn't gets thrown out? When somebody is applying to
Well, fencing standards are objective. So I don't think we need to worry about that. And I also
But I
think.
just want to say, yeah, if there are other items in here, and I haven't gone back to cross-check anything. If there's something in here that we think, oh wait, maybe that's actually subjective, arguably it wouldn't apply when someone comes along.
but it doesn't throw out all.
I
the other-
don't see any reason to go through and parse through and at this point. And it would not throw out the whole zoning code simply because there's a cross-reference and maybe something in there is subjective.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Gina.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I think that's the building colors and building materials seems pretty objective. I think that there's an H on-site circulation. There's just this one kind of vague reference to light and color that it felt like if there was a reason to make it light, then we should just apply a light reflectivity value to whatever we want that to be, or just completely take that out and kind of cut it off after it says the material shall be permeable and pervious. It's a little, maybe overly technical, but I think that came up maybe.
So if the material is permeable, it doesn't count as impervious?
No, this is a
Well,
question of
it's-
the color.
Just about the color, we're talking about color and LRV, just if, like, should we just have them recommend to just take out the light and color section of that because it's so non-specific, it's just not that helpful.
Hardscape materials on site.
Well, I mean, this causes all kinds of problems if you're gonna have a, impervious surface number, because if it's permeable,
Well, that's already in our crazy building code and our crazy design guidelines. Do you know that, right? The hardscape is considered impermeable regardless of whether it's permeable or pervious. Because it's a hardscape versus,
it's not hardscape, it's impervious surface.
but that's the way it's reflected. I could, if you want to put a gravel driveway down there, it's considered,
Well, the gravel, okay, but let's remove the light and color.
okay.
Okay, yeah. Your impermeable surface must be permeable. That's how it reads.
Anything else?
Circling back to the lighting, we have this like elusive landscape lighting, objective standards for landscape lighting. And I say it's elusive because it's on the first page 16 of the planning guidelines, the design guidelines, of which there's another. I think it's actually really good. And there was a question that came up as to how that interacts with what is in the code. And there was a clarification that it is still useful for landscape. Anything that someone wants to propose outside of what's in the ordinances for things like egress, we can say that this applies. And that's something that isn't in the ordinances as I understand it and could be, so we might as well put it in now.
I think we need to be careful about some of those lighting stuff, because if we end up needing to, comply, making projects comply, with, the 1 foot candle, standard for, parking lots and walkways, these places are going to be horribly overlit compared to the rest of Port Colorado.
That's the point. That's exactly the point. This provides a restriction, a guardrail against anything that's not required for fire and egress.
And the way the ordinance is written is we don't want projects overlit, so that's less lighting fixtures, so that would be less cost
Yes.
to light a project. So when I look at that, I'm thinking that wouldn't cause an undue constraint on development. So I don't see why we couldn't point to it by
First page
reference.
16.
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem.
And are we satisfied that the LAR that we've kind of defined will also end up adequately giving screening to parking lots and giving shade to parking lots? Or do we need to specify a certain number of trees per parking spaces or something like that? Or are we just asking too much? Or are we satisfied with just sticking to an LAR percentage?
Yeah.
I don't think we need to do it now.
Okay.
But I think, yes, for shading, all your sustainability reasons, shading the parking lot, acoustics. We haven't even talked about acoustics ever, but
Well, I think we're trying to protect against some of that by, how we're dealing with decks,
yeah.
and how we're dealing with, with setbacks.
Okay. So then the next one I want to talk about is privacy. We have some screening from the front. You had brought up an idea of having the daylight plane. So is that something we should be incorporating?
I'd like to, ask a question, of at least the chair of, the planning commission. In the smaller, in all of the R1 zoning districts, the current town ordinance has, a theoretical plane, that, starts at the property line, and rises up where nothing can stick in into that. It would seem like as, the properties become more dense, that plane either starts at at a higher level, and follows the same alignment, or starts at the same level and follows a steeper incline. That was one of the things that I felt like was missing, in the proposed ordinance, was, some leveling, to make it comparable with the smaller, with the R1 zoning districts. Because that effectively is intended to, to preserve privacy, so that stuff doesn't get tall right at the setback. So I'm going to suggest that, that we do it, similar, to, the R1 zoning district, but starts, instead of starting at the property line, it would start at some elevation, above the property line, but follow the same trajectory, as the current R1 zoning district.
And that's because of the expectation of having multiple stories.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, in the MF4, I would have it start at the same point that it does with the R1. If the MF20, it would be, so that it effectively allows two-story buildings before you start stepping back.
Okay.
Or you need to have a bigger setback. The places the designers could use.
Okay, let me see what else is on my notes here.
And in Portola Valley, they call it the theoretical plane. In other places, they call it a daylight.
Yeah. Do you guys, I'm Adrienne, I need to leave now. Is there any procedural issue with that? And sorry to everyone else. I'm chiming in from my vacation, so.
I
Catherine?
can speak to that. There
Yeah.
is no procedural problem with you signing off.
Okay.
We'll still have a
Okay.
quorum. So that's fine. Yes.
Okay. And I would.
Is there anything right now before you go, Gina, that you differ from the consensus that you're hearing from the commission?
No, Rebecca, the kind of synopsis that you gave before, I agree with. I definitely am in favor of kind of combined FAR and unit size, outlining that a little more clearly. And then the other thing I was going to say is I do think the daylight planes would be helpful. They can be a pain as an architect, but I do think that they are appropriate, especially with regard to privacy and daylighting. So I can't contribute on the cuff to what exactly those should be, but I do think that it's helpful, would be helpful to include. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Enjoy your vacation.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. You guys want to move on to the MU and I'll take off?
Well, I have one other thing I think we should talk as a group is.
Yeah.
There's two hands online too. I don't know.
Go ahead. We'll take Ellen's and we'll do those.
Sure.
Just a question on the multi-use, the multi-23s, like, can there be no balconies allowed, so you don't have those additional lights from the balconies coming, or is there a problem with that?
Well, what we've talked about so far is not allowing, exterior decks on the second or third floor or the roof without design review. So that would be a benefit that if the developer wanted that amenity, then we would need to see that, at the ASCC level. And the ASCC would then have, an effective way, to respond to the privacy and lighting issues of those.
So like driving down Alpine Road, though, if the second and third stories did help out, if they were allowed to.
It'd be only with design review.
Yeah, they're not allowed by right.
based on what we're recommending.
Okay.
And we have done things like say that the lighting has to be built into the railing instead of having light
So it's not shining
fixtures
out,
on
yeah.
a second story.
Okay.
So we have been able to massage and look at things like that.
Okay.
Actually, we should add that to the, to the lighting ordinance is that, that exterior lighting, above the first floor, needs to be at knee level.
There you go.
Needs to be what, sorry?
Knee level.
Ah.
You know,
Exterior
essentially
lighting.
be a louvered light at knee level, provides walking access, but doesn't light the wall
Above the, did you say above the,
above the first floor.
above the first floor?
What about all lighting being covered?
Well, I think,
think
I
that's in
think
there.
that's already,
that in?
dealt with, with the dark sky stuff and this
Okay.
ordinance too.
Right?
So I think the other issue we do need to talk about is building separation.
You want, I was recommending that.
Pull up the-
We'll take a comment. Is that
Go
okay?
ahead, let's take a comment.
Ron Eastman, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to point out that in Santa Cruz County, the unincorporated Santa Cruz County, the maximum height limit is 28 feet. You're allowed 1 additional foot for each 10 feet of setback. And that, I mean, that is what they consider appropriate for, living in, for structures in the woods, which is much of Santa Cruz County. The idea that you should really be talking to the fire marshal about how high you should be building, because there's a lot, as I told the planning commission the other day, your joint meeting, waiting for a ladder truck to come from Redwood City or Woodside, or not Woodside, I'm from Redwood City or at Menlo Park for a house fire that is able to reach a 3-story structure. They're not going to get here in time. So if your goal is to save the structure or to save people, forget it. So, I mean, it's just, I know that some of that doesn't impress some people, but it really, the question is, it's really a matter of life or death. So that's what I wanted to say about that. The other thing is, many of you may not know this, but I'm actually an astronomer. I'm retired, and I'm a dark sky advocate, and I am all in favor of dark skies and limiting the amount of light pollution in Portola Valley. I love, even though it's kind of us limiting the amount of light pollution we create is kind of Sisyphean, because there's so much light pollution coming to us from the east and the north. But my issue with this concern about landscape lighting is you allow people to build houses with gigantic windows, and there is no limitation on the amount of illumination that is allowed inside that house. So somebody can build a house with gigantic, picture windows facing Windy Hill, and you're going to limit the amount of low voltage down landscape lighting they have, but you're not going to do anything to limit the amount. They could have 10,000 lumens in their living room, blasting out into the night sky with no drapes or blinds. And that is the real source of light pollution at night in Portola Valley. It's not the low voltage down landscape lighting. And so I would love it if you could do something about that. And that's my comment. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Johan. Right, someone else?
One more. We have Christy.
Yeah, I was just wondering, for the open space that you're putting on the second floor or above, would it take away the open space, or if we call it green space, on the ground? So that's one question. And then I still like green islands and parking lots. I think a parking lot's so much more appealing to add shaded spaces in. And, you know, when I'm stopping at parking lots with the animals and it's hot out, it's really nice to find something that's shaded. So I just wanted to say that. And if we're a preservation community, our creeks, are we going to keep them open? Or are we going to be putting them in black pipes when we need to build? I think we need to really say, if we have a seasonal creek, how we're going to deal with that as you're building. Because I thought with a preservation area that we want to keep our creeks open, because that's what's so valuable to us, and unlike other areas. And that's my comments. And then bonus density law does require green spaces. So even though this is the RENA cycle, when we go to bonus density, there are requirements, correct?
Thank you. Go ahead, Jim.
One more line after.
Okay. We're taking Tim Clark here in the room.
Yeah, thank you. This is Tim Clark from the Ladera Church. I opened my earlier comments by praising you for looking at simplification. I haven't heard that today.
We haven't gotten there yet.
You haven't got there yet. Well, we've been here for hours. And what I've heard is making it more complicated. And I think you are effectively discouraging affordable housing by adding cost for people who are trying to help you with your RENA allocation. So please consider ways to encourage affordable housing. That's what we're trying to do. And I'm getting discouraged.
Sorry about that.
Dave Cardinal, go ahead.
Great, thanks. Two quick comments. First of all, on this whole ladder truck nonsense, Palo Alto has like one new and one old ladder truck for 70,000 people and the entire Stanford campus, and that's considered sufficient, even though they might be 15 minutes away from somewhere, which is the way it goes. We've got mutual response in Menlo Park and Redwood City, very close. And so it's really tiring to hear people keep saying that's not a reason to build. I think more importantly, in the conversation about dense housing, I want to really reiterate what Tim said. First of all, on a generic level, I would encourage you to look at the custom houses that Habitats can build. They're wonderful. They're really nice. And they're not cookie cutter. They do use vinyl outside siding, not wood necessarily, but it's a vinyl that we don't approve any vinyl. Cal Fire has approved 2 vinyls for WUI. If we're serious, maybe we could approve some of the vinyls for us. Or if we're not serious, we'll never have any affordable housing. And also, I think they can be multi-story. To address Rebecca's point, Life Moves has built 3-story modulars in Redwood City. I'm not saying we need to do that, but it's totally plausible. And so to echo, what Tim said, he's got the only lot in town which is being rezoned, and he's not going to build to that zoning. He can't build to that zoning, and you're not giving him a path to build what he's able to build. So I get why we're trying to make HCD happy, which is nice, but it's all unicorn stuff. It's not the zoning district, I think, doesn't matter. Dorothy Ford Park doesn't have to be rezoned ever because the town owns it. We have no other property in town currently planned for MF 20 or 23. So I'd love to see us concentrate on what we need to do to create affordable housing. Thank you.
Okay. I need to work on these. Does it make sense?
So should we tackle the simplification portion?
Yeah.
For the multifamily? What can we do in here that simplifies it? That creates a simple path for modular or prefab units? And what I liked about Kenny's link to the Los Gatos guidelines is that essentially they just had a big list and they assigned points, and it gave it up to the architect and developer to just choose a bunch of things that made it to their points. And it was pretty simple to follow. I mean, they had a lot of options. I don't know if that's something we could consider, or if we actually need to put a simple section that's just for simple building, modular prefab building.
Well, my thought, and I'm just going to talk out loud for a second, is that if it's one story, if it's made with non-combustible exterior materials, it complies with the setbacks, it's under the coverage and floor area, and it's under, the impervious surface, protects the heritage oak trees, I think it's fine.
I should say, my intuition here is that a project like Tim's would naturally not be proposing anything in contradiction with the kinds of requirements that we're putting in place. And so it wouldn't be, yes, somebody's gonna have to go through that and check that, but it's just,
I would agree,
complexity
because
that
you
adds
did that.
cost, and there's, yeah.
Yeah, you did that analysis.
Yeah, because
Sort of
I
off-
haven't heard anybody say specifically this window requirement is going to blow our project. Can't do it. Nobody's actually, I haven't heard anything raised, like pointing to specific standards saying this is a no-go for us.
I think that, one of the things that, becomes problematic, for particularly a volunteer organization, is how much time it takes to check all those boxes. And, it still takes time and it takes money to, to check those boxes.
Mhm.
And,
But that's not the majority. I think the cost in this town is the non-objectivity and the reviews that are required because of that. In going through all of the different design professionals involved between the engineers and the designers and the town. And those cycles are what's expensive. I think the reason why there's a push towards the objective requirements is to eliminate most or all of those cycles. And so
To
I see it as
protection.
simplifying. I do think someone like yourself who is naturally proposing something. I mean, you're naturally keeping the trees, for instance, the heritage trees. You would naturally be able to go through this list and just check things off.
Check everything off.
There's some unique things that we have in the town that would to do with non-combustible exterior surface materials that we would be asking something that would be adding some complexity to a list of I think we'll be able to reduce the requirements to a list that can be checked off.
But I would add one thing, though. I think the idea of having facades that are articulated in some way, not necessarily taking a step back, but perhaps adding a little thing on, makes a big, huge difference between a flat thing and having trim on windows makes a difference. It does add some cost, but those little items make a big difference, whether it's 12-foot every window, that I agree is too restrictive, but having some kind of differential, across a facade, I think is important.
Go ahead, John.
John Golden, 132 Corte Madera. Don't know if it's helpful or not, but I did email to Adrian the Habitat for Humanity Bolinas sites, and there's a picture of what it looks like they're doing. So I don't know if that'll be helpful or not.
You can pull it up. It's, I think, rather
Yes,
charming.
please.
Okay. I'll stop sharing.
And as part of this exercise, if you can get us an idea or something from them for what they have in mind specifically for your site, it's something we can run through the requirements and see. Since we're developing them now.
No, I'm just, we got the picture of the Bolinas units.
Tim just mentioned for people online that there isn't an agreement in place, so we're not sure of the ability to get. I appreciate that.
So I'm saying we can try, we can't promise that we can get those. I'm not sure that Bolinas picture is the right one because the photos I've seen are white buildings.
Okay.
You are trying to be helpful, and I appreciate that. But I can't tell you that that's the building we're putting in.
But you're looking
Understood.
at something similar in terms of windows and shape and size and little porch or entry porch. That's the idea. That I,
Your idea, that's what I hear that you want, yes.
Well, and
no, I'm just looking at that in your.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to understand what the difference is from what you've seen and what we're looking at here.
And I can't tell you.
Oh,
What I said I try to do is get the photos of the actual building.
great.
Yeah,
Well,
if you have an idea that they already have built what they would intend to build on your site, that would be helpful.
Right. Agreed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Nicholas.
I suggest that trying to create a simplified pathway at this point, given the other work that we have right now, is not the highest and best use of our time. If we want to support affordable housing and move things forward, having a program such as a navigator to help a group build affordable housing and make their way through our code probably makes sense. I think for manufactured housing, for modular housing, it probably deserves a little bit of time and attention. We've been talking about doing this for about the last decade. It's time we do it, but trying to do it on a Monday evening under the time pressure that we have probably doesn't need to be done tonight. I would concur that creating the ministerial pathways that we are, reducing the number of meetings that as we are, does substantially reduce costs and time and add simplification. And frankly, doing a development, building a house is something that requires assistance and requires professional attention. If the town is interested in helping people through that pathway, we ought to establish a process by which we do that. But trying to get from here to there in the time we have right now, it feels a little bit like an opportunity to make a mistake. Unforced error.
Thank you. Okay. You were leading us through the objective.
building separation, right? Zoom. Okay. So, MF4, the zoning amendment called for building separation of 20 feet, and there's no separation, no change for this MF4 suggested. MF23, it called for a building separation of 12 feet. And the recommendation or suggestion was to have it be 6 feet for 1 story, 12 feet for 2 story, 18 feet for 3 story. So how do we feel about that?
Is this issue of building separation something that the WFPD has weighed in on?
I think the building code would already
Well,
state
buil-
that
Building
requirement.
code's not gonna have much to do with this because the size of the buildings are essentially small. They're under 6,600 square feet. And, until you get over 8,000 square feet, you don't start to get into, additional yard requirements.
But I think the new fire code is a recommendation for a larger amount, right? The one that they're trying to pass right now?
I thought so.
2 stories, right?
Yes. That's both here and in the original zoning amendment.
That's where I came from. Put 12 feet for 2 stories and increasing it, 6 feet, to 18 feet.
Default to the fire department's
I-
separation,
I don't know.
whatever.
I hadn't seen the fire department's, recommendation. I know that there's a lot of concern, from for people concerned about fire that, building adjacency, is a problem. But the conflict that I find, with that argument is that it creates bigger buildings because then you get bigger separations between fewer buildings. And I think that, in a rural environment, more smaller buildings, are more aesthetically, compatible because we end up with landscape space in between. So if we want to revert back to what, was in, in the zoning ordinance, that was fine. I was just, trying to provide, some opportunity for, 1-story projects to have, closer distances between them. So you could have more buildings. This was frankly in direct response to, trying to make things simpler for, a 1-story project that was really working to be affordable. Because a 6-foot separation between 2 1,200 square foot buildings is perfectly compatible with the current building code.
I guess my question is really for Ladera, because you're considering these 1-story buildings. Can you actually fit your 6 buildings with your trees and protecting the tree scope with 12-foot separations? Or would you actually need a smaller separation?
Don't know, we're not in design yet. I think 6 feet would be preferable, yeah, make it easier.
Because I drove by there today and took some pictures, and the trees take up a lot of space, and I wasn't completely clear where the setback is for the front. But you don't have a lot of room on that site, yeah.
You're right, thank you for that.
Yeah.
And I've sketched some potential, solutions for that site, and this is where some of that came from. Trying to find an easy path that complied with the building code, for fire separation without having to have, fire resistant construction. Also penalized taller buildings.
These separations, are they laid out in the building code? You're saying it complies with?
Well, the building code, has essentially there's an imaginary property line between every building, and then you have a fire separation between them.
Right.
before you have to have, a fire resistance.
Mm.
So with a small residential building, like what we're talking about, what Ladera's been talking about with, Habitat, if those buildings were, 6 feet apart, there would be 3 feet to that imaginary property line, and there's no additional fire resistance, required. In fact, the buildings are going to be upgraded beyond that because those exterior materials, because of the Portola Valley Building Code, are going to be, ignition proof.
So you're just spelling out the threshold as it exists.
That's the threshold as it exists, but what I was looking at, was essentially then saying, okay, if you want a 2-story building, start at 12 feet.
Mm.
If you want a three-story building, you need to, start at 18 feet or step back. Simpler, more cost-effective construction is going to, stack that outside wall on top of itself. So if you want a taller building, you need more separation, and that would, give more back to the public and public good, in making that space in between, a green space or negative space instead of a building space. So that was the reason that I suggested it. And it wasn't to try to make it more complex. It was to try to,
Give more flexibility.
differentiate between a simple project that could be really close together, versus a complex project that would need to, have greater separation.
I'm fine with it as long as it, with the caveat that it may be preempted by what the fire department requires in future.
That's the only thing I'm worried about is if it gets updated and then our code is out of conformance. But I mean, it's okay.
Well,
I mean, do we
I-
have
I
time
was-
to
I-
loop this through the fire department before April 17th?
I don't know. That'd be up to the planning commission,
Seems
and
like-
council, whether they want to make sure that they get, everything in conformance. I think our charge, I believe, was to respond, to, the need to make this very expeditious response to make, the ordinance comply, with the housing element and do it in a way that is essentially the Portola Valley way. And listen to the constituents and listen to what their likely projects are, and come up with something that responds in the way that the ordinance, is already structured, which includes the floor area, and impervious surface limits, where they're pretty, essentially fairly restricted, but also quite progressive, so that, as the property gets smaller, the proportion gets higher. So this, is in compliance with that. It still gives people the opportunity to build, real buildings, and that, you see a path, for simpler projects to have lower or more liberal requirements.
Understood. I just mean that in the 9 days we have until the planning commission meeting, couldn't one of us reach out to the fire marshal and
We can just look it up.
Check in on it.
I mean, if I wasn't like on screen, I could look it up. What's in the 2401, what's proposed, and see what it, I mean, it hasn't been passed yet. So, but it's easy to look up. I do too. I think it's reasonable. And I actually like your simple, I know you wanted us not to really go into the simplification portion, but I actually like what you said, saying 1-story, non-combustible exterior buildings, complies with setbacks, protects heritage trees, has the FAR, the impervious percentages, the LAR, the unit sizes, has your building separation changes. And then I would only add the accessibility requirements, the 15% accessibility. And then I would want to add just the idea of some type of facade articulation and window trim. And the facade articulation would be like we saw, just the entryway is defined or something like that. And leave it completely open to how it's accomplished, but we could give examples, but it's not,
I don't think we should give examples. I think we leave it open. And
Yeah,
I like that, just the articulation. There's
Some
some
form of-
articulation.
and there are objective metrics for that have been
and
exercised
the window
elsewhere.
trim. I mean, that's
Yeah.
pretty simple.
So boom, we're
Boom,
there.
we're done with
Okay.
that. So now we need to do the mixed use.
We don't have minutes yet, do we? So. Let me
Can you
know,
go into
let
the
let me know,
right?
let me know how it goes.
What are you coming back?
Send me a smoke ring.
It's coming back.
So.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to talk with Town Manager Sharif Etman. He's back from vacation this week, so I have to circle up with him and see where things were left.
All right, so mixed use, I'm sorry, I didn't know that I was going to be showing my old slides, and I want everybody to be aware that some of the information in here is in contradiction to what was in the housing element. That was completely in error, so that really should be ignored. So for mixed use, the big issue I think that I'm hearing from some of the I think we've already talked enough about 4370.
Yeah.
So the other side we need to talk about is a little bit more the Willows and the property next door to it. So I've had some interesting conversations with Jim White about how complex the design guidelines are with respect to the multi-use. And some of the examples he's brought up are, again, concerns about the FAR, concerns about whether or not we want a few large buildings or a bunch of small buildings. So some of it, makes it very complex the way we've designed it. Things like the building height, ceiling heights, he doesn't think is necessary. I tend to agree with what he's saying, given that we now have established maximum heights, whatever. So let's see, what else was there to say? There's a bunch of restrictions in there. This isn't the best thing to look at. If I'm looking at the regulations that are in the zoning amendments, let's see. Let's see. There's certain things like restrictions on how big non-residential use space can be. We spell out the 50 feet by 30 feet. And that's just very restrictive for somebody who just wants a 400 square foot cafe, for example. So I question the need for so much specifics there. Ceiling heights of 12 feet. Again, it's a specific that I question, others question the necessity for so much detail. And this is for the non-residential portion. So the question is, can we make this much easier? I don't know.
Let's make it easier. Do we
Can we just eliminate
square footage for retail or whatever you call non-living spaces?
non-residential space? Do we have to have a specification like that? Can we just?
No, that was raised by Planning Commissioner Krasinski. He wanted to know what that was all about. And it sort of came from the idea of just ensuring there was a usable space for, an effective commercial operation. But I do agree that if you just want like just somebody doing their own thing, 1 or 2 employees, you don't necessarily need that square
And I think a
footage.
business would know best about what the effective space is.
Sure.
Do we need a maximum on this, or I don't even think there's a maximum here, right?
Restriction out.
Okay. And then ceiling height, is there some reason why we need a 12-foot ceiling height for the ground floor?
It's probably just a best practice for commercial space.
But I see this is looking really great on Menlo Park,
Yeah,
Santa
the
Cruz
fans
Avenue.
and things like that. I mean, it's, maybe there's certain other things that need to get built in. I don't know. But
Yeah, HVAC, depending on the use, right?
But this is ceiling height, so HVAC, all that stuff would be up in the
above it,
ceiling,
yeah.
so.
I think you're right that that's geared around like your typical high street.
Yeah, with retail right on the sidewalk and then housing above it. So
Yeah.
I don't know that it's relevant for us.
Okay.
And then again, it's got requirements for windows, certain amount of transparency.
You don't like that?
Well, again, I look at I always look at things from a sustainability lens, and if that particular building is facing 100% west, which would be the case, right, right on Alpine Road, is it west that way? South or west, you've got the sun beating in there all afternoon, I'd be a little concerned not having.
Are we just talking about the ground floor right now? Still, or this?
Yes, this is ground floor for the thing, so.
let's just take the restrictions off of this stuff.
The only thing I'm thinking about for that is just the aesthetics of it. Usually you'd want visually a defined commercial space versus residential. Not something that's sort of half and half. For users of that space, you'd want to be able to identify it as commercial, so you walk over to frequent it. I'm having trouble articulating, but I think it does make sense to have. But I'm open-minded, so.
Because I'm thinking we don't have people wandering around. We don't have
You
people
would think
wandering.
so.
They want to call attention to themselves. They want to zhuzh it up a little bit. I
Well-
don't know, though. I don't know anything about retail.
I mean,
Retail, I think you're right, but if we get a different type of commercial use that's maybe a bit more back office. And so they're taking up this ground space and they have maybe not many windows, or the windows are all covered up. It just doesn't look good. You know what I mean? Which might be like an aesthetic thing for the neighborhood.
so like office space counts as commercial. use.
Mhm.
Is there a way to simplify it then? So that,
Well, retail spaces sure need some help.
yeah, I'm thinking about our retail space. If you go into I don't know, I haven't looked at it enough, because you see, when you look at the real estate office, right? It's pretty covered up. I don't know.
John Goulden, 132
Yes.
Corte Madera. You actually have another tool for these two properties, the supportive housing overlay.
Mhm.
If you felt the need, I believe, Adrian, you'd have to check me. I believe you could, of these things you're talking about waiving, you could waive those, you could, in the supportive housing overlay. But that makes things complex, right? In the sense of, are we trying to do this generally, or it's like, we kind of know who the owners are here and how do we make it work for them? But you had another tool there if you've got really concern.
Does all retail in town have have CUPs?
Yes,
Okay,
that's right.
so you could also control it that way, maybe.
So do they all already have these rules? Could we say that all the current retail follows all of this? I don't think
They
so.
don't, there aren't 12-foot.
No, 12 foot, yeah,
don't
because
think
they all have
anywhere in
those
town.
big porches over the top.
I don't know. I need Carter to come back.
So maybe we should relook at is there anything? Are there guidelines we're in already for retail with
Design guidelines?
design guidelines? Yeah.
Not to my knowledge.
They haven't. They're so old that
Right,
they predate Portola Valley practically.
right. Yeah, so these are pretty new, so it's
I
trying to.
tried to help the guy who owns the salon next to the hardware store put in a coffee thing a couple of years ago, and it was a nightmare. I mean, there were so many it just wasn't gonna happen. So
That was restrictions from Portola Valley or from the health department?
from Portola Valley?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look back at that.
Anyway, he finally gave up.
Yeah, so let me see what else. So, I mean, I think there are some things we can just get rid of, right? And then,
Didn't we get Carter talk about this? Is this a conflict? Seems like it's right up his alley.
Too much though, I think.
it's a conflict, but could we get Gina involved?
No, Gina's gone.
I know she's gone now, but she might have feedback for the mixed use. I mean, you want us to have a small subcommittee, again, I've been trying to type up this notes. A little challenging now at 10 o'clock, but
And, you know, realistically, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get the packet out until Friday. So if you want till Friday, because I'm not gonna, I
No,
won't
no,
be
no,
able to
just-
analyze anything you've presented or summarize anything. I'll just have to stick it in the packet as an attachment.
no, but I'm just wondering in terms of subcommittee, could you have two subcommittees?
Oh.
I'm on the committee with Carter for everything else, and then I'm on a committee with Gina for the MU6 that way, or does that create a Brown Act sequential thing?
Catherine,
You
I don't,
have a committee with Gina about MU6.
Right.
Well, then you guys take it and work on it, right? All
Yes,
right.
yes. That would be the idea, because then she would
The
have,
idea, I think that's
she'd
a
have
great
the
idea.
architectural standpoint, but does it create a Brown Act because I'm on two little subcommittees? That's the question.
but I
I
think
think
you'd only
it's,
be,
oh, I was just gonna say, I don't see an issue under the Brown Act, and I was actually gonna suggest something just like what you're describing to avoid the conflict of interest issue. So I think it makes a lot of sense, given that Carter, can't actually talk about the MU6 with you anyway. And so when you know, discuss items with him, you will not be discussing anything that overlaps with what you talk about with Gina.
Okay. And then I guess, so I think that between the three of us, the idea is simplify it, makes sense. And if I can get some have Gina look at it from an architectural standpoint, unless you have some more feedback, we could kind of play around with it the next few days. I don't know, she's on vacation, so hopefully she can give us a little bit of time,
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable.
just to simplify a bit, take out some of the sort of restrictive things.
I was
And
also
then-
just gonna ask Adrian if this is also something that our consultant could, you know, weigh in on if we asked them if they could help us simplify any of these standards.
yeah, the issue is, she's off for the week.
Oh,
So
right.
it would have to be after the packet's out, but that's okay. We can still come in with more information for next Wednesday.
Okay. And then I guess the last thing I would want to touch on is going back to Country Corners in terms of subdivision. Is it possible for that property to divide first in half? So you have the front portion, which has the mainly commercial, and the back 0.88 has has potential housing. And then that back 0.88 splits in half to create two lots that each have a main house and a ADU. Is there a way to create within the MU6 an overlay that's specific to them, or whatever, a variance that's specific to that property that would allow that and would require that in a sense? If the owner, for example, wanted to sell that back property, is that an option?
That there's a requirement to subdivide into two smaller lots.
That he would then be able to sell two lots in the back, with the requirement that he has, at a minimum, they have to have at least 2 units on there, or, you know, and the maximum would fit in with what's allowed, which would be 5, I guess. So 2.5, well, yeah.
I don't think there's a way to sort of
At that
right
point.
and sort of lock in a development arrangement at this stage. The only thing we can control for is saying this is the minimum lot size you have to have.
So he could subdivide and we could say the minimum lot size is 0.88 for this property. And it could be sold then with the restriction that you could have a maximum of 5, a minimum of 3 homes, however it's arranged.
I don't think we could. Okay.
Yes.
Well, Russell, let me add to that a suggestion. If we did what you just described, isn't there a way to take the 0.88 acres that are in the back, and then when you divide them into 2 separate lots, change the zoning for them to residential? That way, everyone in the neighborhood will know that going forward, if it's going to be developed, it will be residential. The concern of the neighborhood has been not only the lot size, but the notion that something other than residential would go on that back lot. Adrian, you said something earlier, which was that the reason this is mixed use is because historically, if you look at this lot, there's always been this large office building there, and it seems like it's commercial. But if you think about it in the context of if there were actually 2 lots, the front portion that had the commercial space, but then there was a lot right next to it, which had nothing on it except dilapidated tennis courts, I don't think anybody ever would have argued that that back space should have been mixed use. Because if it's in the middle of a residential neighborhood, it faces a residential neighborhood, it's on all sides of a residential neighborhood. So I think what we're trying to do here is to carve something out that makes it residential. That's my suggestion.
Well, the issue is we've already designated the site as mixed use in the comprehensive general plan map. So that already exists. So we would have to go back and change that to residential. Do you want to jump in, John?
John Goulden. My focus is to get something into HCD that supports what we turned into the housing element. I'm kind of thinking we're getting a little far afield, trying to figure out potential lot splits and what's allowed and not allowed.
Yep.
And I don't even understand the point. I guess I'm sort of saying, I don't think we understand this issue well enough to make a really good decision on it if we don't have to. I'm not even sure I get the 0.88, given
Well-
that you can just make the lot bigger and it covers the creek.
Well, I think it comes to
So-
problems with the setback of the,
Trying to give them as many
Commercial.
tools as we can.
well, I think the main issue is the owner is what he told me is he's not personally planning to do any building. So if Portola Valley wants to have housing built according to the housing element for that site, then we're going to have to do a little bit more than kind of what we've got in here, because it's a little nebulous, that like the neighborhood doesn't have a guarantee of what's going to happen with that back lot.
I agree with you. My point is we don't have to do that now.
I would say if it's a known constraint that 1 acre is not going to work based on where the creek is, and it has to be 0.88 in order to actually unlock the site for development potential, then we should deal with that. But that was not my understanding from the owner. I thought that the property line could go somewhere where you could get 2 equal lots, but maybe that's outdated information.
I think you have to look at it in terms of setbacks for the commercial. But yeah, I don't know that. That's something that you would have to look at. So I guess the only thing we can do is suggest that either if it's not possible to have 1 acre for that site, we make it 0.88.
Right.
And we leave it at, it's in mixed use, but
Yeah.
the housing is 3 to 5, minimum 3, maximum 5 for that lot.
3 to 6. Are you talking about
The
the units?
0.88 would be, yeah.
Understood. Yep, I understood. Yep, got it.
But we have no way to control at this point whether or not a developer who might buy that decides to make retail there, but given that retail is pretty moribund these days, maybe that restrict it, but
I don't think you'd want to put retail back there.
yeah, one would think so.
One thing. So I understand because you're not standing there on the property, but in my case, I'm not the only one, but I'm literally directly behind that lot, have been for years. And I understand things change, willing to accept that. Except for if you saw Willow Commons go up, and I don't know because Carter's not in here, but my question was, how tall are those buildings on Willow Commons? That would be the interesting thing for you all to take a walk over there. Because it was a guesstimate. For years, we were like looking at these buildings, like how high can they be and how far can you see them? Completely took the privacy away from half the neighbors. I mean, I understand it's commercial, it's on Alpine Road. And it's hard enough for us all to accept that, I understand. But when you start pushing back to the tennis court, it is literally in the middle of all of us. And it'll, and I don't want to sit here and harp, but yeah, it will affect all our price of our homes, because as you drive down our private little street, you have these. And so to answer his question, the reason that I so appreciate you spending this time and actually at all, and I don't want to waste much more time, is because it's been open-ended for so many years that we lose so much sleep that Mr. Thiessen keeps coming in here. And the last plan that was sent to us was not 25 feet, but 5 feet from my back fence. And so that's the concern. So I appreciate that, but it really is right residential. I mean, it's like where we entertain all of us. That's all I wanted to say.
To kind of summarize, we're saying if the 1 acre minimum is not adequate for that one site, based on the analysis, we would lower it to 0.88. It's in MU6. We can't change too much in terms of 3 to 5 for 0.88, 3 to 6 per acre. The setbacks are defined, so it's 25 feet from your fence. It's 30 feet from the street. Any home that's put next to the street, the first home would only be 1 story. I mean, that's all we can do, right?
Yes, that's right.
Unique setbacks based on the zoning of the adjacent property, is that a thing?
You're saying the setbacks that we've already established, because they're laid out in the housing element.
And, okay, so those can't change.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so I think,
Get Carter?
I guess, yeah. I mean, it's just,
Anything
we just need to make the subcommittee, committees. Right?
Is that an action
Establish,
item?
is it right? Don't we have to, do we do an action item for subcommittee creation?
I don't know if we made a motion last time.
Subcommittee without
We did.
Gina being here?
Well, we can, we've got a quorum. We can assign someone.
Yes, please.
Otherwise, Kenny, are you available? Because you have an architectural background as well, right? So,
I haven't practiced in a long time, and never in California, but.
and what about commercial?
Some commercial.
And what about, if nobody else in the consulting department could help? They're all,
Not this week.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. So we've kind of come to the decision that we're going to need 2 subcommittees. One is with you to deal with me for the summary, all this for the multifamily. And then a second one between me and hopefully Gina will be able to help for just to define up, to write up what we talked about for the multi-use.
I think that's good to assign the person who's not here. That seems only fair.
Yes, we hope that she'll be able to give me a couple hours.
Do it, if not, I can.
If not, you're the backup, Kenny, because
Is it an
he's,
action item? Do we need to make a motion for the subcommittee?
yes, I think so.
Yes,
Yes.
I'll make a motion that you be on a subcommittee with Gina Dixon for
The multi,
MU's
For the
mixed
MU.
use.
there a second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I make a motion that we'll have another subcommittee to handle the multifamily requirements and the general design requirements with me and Carter.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Anything else we need to?
Any further public comments?
Let me take a look. Do you want to unshare or do you want to keep?
Oh, sorry. Unshare.
We have one hand online. Christy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how the public will know what the subcommittee is presenting. And Rebecca's presentation is not attached to the agenda, so how will the public know the slides you were showing tonight if they're not?
The slides tonight are not germane anymore. We will be, the ASCC will be developing recommendations that will be a part of the Planning Commission packet for the Planning Commission's next meeting. And they'll be published with, the Planning Commission agenda.
Okay, and
The content of the slides will be summarized in the meeting minutes, just like any
It'll be
other content of the
very,
meeting.
it'll be similar, but I mean, what we're going to be doing is distilling out, what specifically we're going to be recommending, for changes. The last, set of comments, was really about identifying issues that we were concerned about, and potential solutions so that the ASCC could have a meaningful discussion with the Planning Commission about, the issues that we saw in the ordinance. My expectation for this report is it likely will be more brief and more to the point of these are the things that we expect, or recommend to be changed, in the current draft of the ordinance, and for essentially the ASCC's approval. So, this time around, we're going to have enough time, to circulate it, between all five of us, so that we can all have comments, before it needs to go. Last time we had like a day and a half, before it had to go to the Planning Commission.
We did.
Yeah.
yeah, I
So
just
are you-
think more people would have been drawn to this meeting to see those slides. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you, Christy.
Thank you.
So is your recommendation that once we submit something to Adrian by Friday, that the rest of the committee will review what we've created and send their comments, be prepared to give comments at the Planning Commission or submit them in writing, or what is your?
Actually, what, if we can make it happen, it'd be nice to be able to get our draft done, get it circulated, to, the other two members. And, have a coalesced.
They can't, from Brown Act, they can't comment because it's not public.
Why can't they comment on it?
Not to us. They can't comment back to us. They can comment, they can send a memo in to Adrian, or they can send a memo to the Planning Commission, but they can't send it to us.
I think that's fine.
They'll send their comments to Adrian.
Sure.
Yeah.
Or they'll show up at the Planning Commission and talk.
Thank you, parliamentarian.
One more hand
Catherine,
up.
you better watch your job. She's gonna.
Hey, I know, I don't even need to be there.
Another hand up.
So we have Greg. Go ahead, Greg.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. I have a question, and I apologize if I've missed this. So right now, the housing element, I'm talking about 4370, the country offices.
Oh,
So,
I have to leave the room.
oh, no, I don't think you do.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, gosh. I'm really sorry about that.
Maybe you could send the comment to Adrian.
Well, I can ask.
Or send it to me personally because I'll be working on that subcommittee. How's that?
We want to hear it. We want to hear his comment.
How about I ask the question and then you can decide whether Carter can be in the room to answer it. Otherwise, you can answer it without Carter or offline. But I think it's germane to the community, and maybe this has already been covered, but 4370 is a standalone lot of what, 2.5 acres, incorporated and described in the housing element. You're talking about a zoning, applying an MU zoning to it. To me, the implication is that you've subdivided that lot. I mean, and is that subdivision automatic, or does the owner have to apply for a subdivision to, for this piece of it? Because is the whole piece going to be rezoned MU, or does the AP, I mean, that's not totally clear to me. Do you follow the gist of the question?
We covered this. Right?
Yeah, so the whole site is being rezoned to mixed use.
Okay.
Why we're talking about subdivision is just based on past conversations with what the property owner might be interested in doing. There's an existing commercial operation on the front. We understand he would like to keep running that. He doesn't want to, mess around with that. And so most of the development potential would be on the rear. And so then you'd want to subdivide that and develop it independently, is our understanding. So it's just based on conversations. So no, he does not necessarily have to subdivide. He doesn't have to do anything.
Okay. So the front part of it is like grandfathered AP? Is that how it works?
No, so what we're doing is we're making sure that all the current allowable uses under AP will also be allowable under mixed use.
Okay, so it'd be folded in, basically, you say. So that's effectively grandfathered.
Sure.
The effective is that you grandfathered it.
Well, we're just sort of saying those uses permitted by AP, yes, those uses are also going to be recognizable, allowable uses under mixed use.
Okay. So the passage of the rezoning essentially permits the development of the tennis court as a standalone. Because you've talked about 0.88. That's what's been confusing me, because it's right now it's a 2.5 acre site. And the conversation tonight has centered on, well, how much can we do with it? It's only 0.88. So to me, it seems like a standalone, separate lot. So that's why I was asking the question about the de facto subdivision by rezoning at MU.
So the 0.88, that particular number comes from where the property could most feasibly be subdivided. So because the creek runs kind of on an angle halfway-ish through the property, it comes down to, okay, so the creek's there, where would you actually set the property line with a subdivision? And so, and then maintain the necessary setbacks for the existing commercial structure.
Yeah.
From the property line.
But the owner would have to request a subdivision. The new property would still be an MU 4 to 6. And the commercial section is going into MU 4 to 6. So there's still an expectation that the front section would eventually have housing in addition to commercial potential. That's the hope from our RENA standpoint. But yes, the owner would have to go through a subdivision if they wanted to sell that back portion.
Which sounds, Rebecca, like from everything you've reported, that's his preference.
Yes, that's what I'm hearing.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one more hand. Rita, go ahead.
Thank you for taking my question. I've been listening to this the whole time. And one question I have is, for a developer coming in, or even one that is, probably in town, how many variations and concessions would they be getting? Is it unlimited based on what they're willing to do? It just seems like there are just so many exceptions and variations going on. Do we have a list of, okay, if they move back an extra 3 feet, then they can get this? And then if they do that, then they can get something else? But where does it stop? Where do we, as residents, can say, okay, that guy gets 5 things to do, and he doesn't get 20. He can't go back and then get 10 more. Or
Well,
female, not
That's
just,
why we're establishing objective guidelines that specify exactly what they're allowed to do.
well, that's why I'm asking, because I'm listening to this and I feel like I'm trying to keep track of the ping pong ball, and that's my question. So
Have you had a chance to actually read the zoning amendment?
Yes, I have.
Well, they spell out pretty clearly about what people are allowed to do in
Oh,
the
I
particular
know, but
zones.
if it was really clear, we wouldn't be having this meeting tonight. I'm just trying to follow from the information I'm hearing from this meeting. And I really appreciate everybody's volunteer time. Thank you.
Yeah, the only flexibility is if a developer's willing to come through the ASCC for us to then decide whether or not a particular modification would be acceptable to the town. And that we haven't defined. We haven't defined those incentives. So we're just sticking right now to what's in the zoning amendments and making some modifications to simplify them. So I can call it an end, I think.
Do we have any committee reports? Okay, no staff reports from me. No minutes.
All right. So I can call an end to this meeting. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.